Good morning, honorable members. We will just wait for a minute or so to be informed whether the Deputy Minister has logged.
Yeah, he is trying to connect me. We meet him today.
All right. Is he joining? Right, Good morning, ma'am.
Hey, Zama.
Yes, ma'am.
It looks like we're good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm fine. It looks like we do have a meeting now at 10 o'clock. I'm trying to check.
My apologies, advocate. My apologies, advocate. I've got it on.
Yeah.
The Deputy Minister is joined, Deputy Chair. We're good to go. Thank you, advocate.
Sama, what is the final program?
Deputy Minister is joined, Deputy Chair.
So the program of today, is it the program on crime prevention strategy?
That's correct, ma'am.
On my program, advocate, I don't know if how I am looking at it is speaking about human settlements. So it seems it's possibly okay. It's probably on something else. It's fine. I'm fine now. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Before we start our meeting, can we observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. Before we give over to the chairperson for the opening remarks, let us just welcome everyone to this first ministerial briefing post, the State of the Nation Address of 2022. And we are in this welcoming all of you that are participating from the permanent delegates, the provinces, presiding officers, and all of us that are going to participate in today's very important ministerial briefing. As we have agreed when we adopted our
recording
rules,
in progress.
We actually include ministerial briefings as one of the areas of ensuring that we expand our oversight over the executive and to have a broader scope of briefing on programs, as well as making sure that there is accountability on some of the issues that we need to have oversight or jurisdiction over the executive. So since we are starting this very first, like I said, post on our briefing, we are going to give over to our chairperson, the Honorable Mr. Putambi, Comrade Masondo, member of the member of Parliament and chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. It is over to you, chairperson, to do the opening remarks and to welcome all of us to this specific session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lucas, and greetings to everyone. And good morning to all participants. There's a bit of problem with the Sepiso.
Chairperson, can you mute?
Yeah,
There's a bit of a problem, and it's something will have to be done from your side. Thanks.
Yes, because we are unmuted.
We are unmuted. Greetings to everyone and good morning to all participants. The Program Director, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, the Minister of Police, Honorable Beitele, if he's on the platform, Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Castle Matali, House Chairperson for International Relations and Member Support, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya, House Chairperson for Committees and Oversight, Honorable Jomo Nyambi, Chief Whip of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Seiso Mohai, Permanent and Special Delegates, Acting President of Salga, Councillor Dion DeFos, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, let me begin by thanking you for the opportunity to open the Ministerial Briefing Session on the National Crime Prevention Strategy. The theme for today's engagement is progress in addressing crime and building a coordinated approach to crime prevention and control. This theme reaffirms the notion that fighting crime is everyone's responsibility. It also illustrates the role of the NCOP in facilitating coordination in the discharge of national priorities by the different spheres of government. This briefing is intended to provide the members of the NCOP, the provincial legislatures, and municipal councils through SALGA with the necessary information to be able to coordinate and indeed enhance their oversight work. On the vision of a safe and secure environment, our vision of a safe and secure environment can be traced back to the Freedom Charter, which declared that, quote, all people shall have the right to live where they choose and to bring up their families in comfort and security, close quote. Our Constitution Program Director entrenches this vision by providing that, quote, everyone has the right to freedom and security of the person, close quote. This includes the right, quote, to be free from all forms of violence from either public or private sources, close quote. Our implementation document, the National Development Plan, NDP, states that safety is a necessary condition for human development, improving quality of life and enhancing productivity. And that when communities do not feel safe and live in fear, the country's economic development and the people's well-being is affected, hindering their ability to achieve their potential. Importantly, the NDP makes the critical point that safety and security are directly related to socioeconomic development and equality, affecting the development objectives of the economic growth and transformation, employment creation, improved education and health outcomes, and strengthening social cohesion. As members would attest, These issues are at the core of the call by the President Ramaphosa for a comprehensive social compact to grow our economy, create jobs, and combat hunger, which he unpacked during his State of the Nation address. In order to build safer communities, the NDP, the National Development Plan, directs us to ensure that by 2030, people living in South Africa feel safe and have no fear of crime. That by 2030, people are safe at home, at school, at work, and they enjoy an active community life free of fear. That women can walk freely in the streets and children can play safely outside. The police service is a well-resourced professional institution staffed by highly skilled officers who value their work, serve the community, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect peacefully against violence, and respect the rights of all to equality and justice. Clearly, the work that is needed to achieve this vision requires a coordinated approach and the participation of everyone. On the current challenges, Program Director, we are all, generally speaking, aware of the challenges we face in the fight against crime. In his reply to the debate on SONA last Wednesday, the President of the Republic reminded us about some of these when he mentioned, quote, the murder and rape of women by men, the children killed in the crossfire of gang wars, the theft of cables, and other infrastructure, the intimidation and extortion at construction sites, close quote. We can add numerous other challenges, such as the ease with which drugs and other harmful substances are available within communities. In dealing with these issues, we need an ethical and professional police service that is, for instance, unlikely to be influenced by gangs that terrorize members of the community. Equally, we should commend the efforts of professional police officers, especially those who work in gang-infested areas, to prevent crime and secure justice at great risk to their lives, safety, and security of their families. As public representatives, we must work tirelessly to ensure that we support the good work of such officers and the members of the public. On key element of the National Crime Prevention Strategy, Program Director, as I've said in the beginning, the theme for today's Ministerial Briefing Session reaffirms the notion that fighting crime is everyone's business. It is therefore important that this House interrogates, deeply examine the work that government is doing in ensuring that this happens. This is especially so given the fact that, among other things, the National Crime Prevention Strategy, NCPS, seeks to establish a comprehensive policy framework which will enable government to address crime in a coordinated and focused manner, and draws on the resources of all government agencies as well as civil society. On report of the expert panel into the July 2021 civil unrest, today's briefing takes place shortly after the release to the public of the report of the expert panel into the July 2021 civil unrest. We thank government for making the report public. This demonstrates government's resolve to promote transparency in how it conducts its affairs and to facilitate a public conversation between government and the people on matters that are of national importance. The report explains what happened during the period between 8 and 7 July 2021, which saw parts of the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng explode, quote, in violence never before seen in a democratic South Africa, close quote. The authors suggest that the violence can be viewed in the context of multiple crises and challenges facing South Africa. Key among them being the weakness of state institutions generally, high unemployment with youth unemployment above 70%, inherited high levels of poverty and deep inequality, poor spatial planning leading to overcrowded and unsuitable living conditions for many, with informal settlements emerging in crowded urban spaces as people move to the cities in search of opportunities, rampant corruption and various levels of government, the phenomenon of sponsored state capture as understood in the South African context, and the frustrations caused by COVID-19 restrictions, adding to the feeling of despair among the population. Of course, some of these issues emerged during the debate on the unrest and the Ministerial Briefing Session on the economic and fiscal impact of the July 2021 public violence and looting held by the NCOP respectively in August and November last year. However, there is one lingering question that the members of the House also raised. It is about the possibility of similar unrests in the future. In this regard, the authors of the report comment as follows, quote, the question many argue is not if and whether more unrest and violence will occur, but when it will occur. The fear of many is that not only will a repeat of such violence find ground in the all too familiar context of negative political contestation, where certain interests take advantage of the levels of poverty, inequality, lack of service delivery, and social tensions to advance their cause, close quote. Program Director, in this year's SONA, the President announced certain interventions that government was taking to respond to some of the key issues raised in the report. We welcome this, including the envisaged public process for the development of national security strategy. One of these important interventions, which the President said require immediate attention, is the re-establishment of community policing forums to improve relations and coordination between local police and residents of the areas they serve. In this regard, Program Director, I would like to call on all the public representatives in Parliament, the provincial legislatures, and the municipal councils to heed this call and ensure that there are community policing forums, neighborhood watches, and or street committees in the areas in which they reside. This will be an important response to the President's call. In conclusion, in closing, as public representatives, we have a duty to lead our communities to work towards the realization of the vision where the people of South Africa feel safe and have no fear of crime. Also, we have a duty to interrogate the work of government to strengthen the efforts as outlined in the National Crime Prevention Strategy to address crime in a coordinated and focused manner. We must make crime fighting everyone's responsibility. There's evidence program director of some weaknesses in the security architecture of the country, as revealed by the report on the unrest and in how our communities support the fight against the crime. Program Director, I appreciate the opportunity to open this ministerial briefing session on the important subject of building a coordinated approach to crime prevention and control. And I'm sure, like others, I'm looking forward to a lively interaction and engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. We will continue with our briefing, and we will now request the representative of the Minister of Police, that is, according to my knowledge, the Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Castle Matale, to do the presentation on the implementation of the National Crime Prevention Strategy, and also brief us on the progress in addressing crime and building a coordinated approach to crime prevention and control. Honorable Matale.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair and the Chair of the session, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, the President of SALGA, MECs present here, House Chairperson, committees and oversight, Honorable House Chairperson, Members Support and International Relations, Honorable Programming Whip, Chairperson of Committees, Provincial Whips, Party Whips, Delegates, Special Delegates, the Secretary of the NCOP. I greet you on behalf of the Ministry and the South African Police family. Allow me to touch on some historical developments in relation to the crime prevention interventions we have before I get to the progress made to date. It is widely accepted that the rights and freedoms which the Constitution entrenches are threatened every time a citizen becomes a victim of crime. It is for this reason that the ruling party and government regard the prevention of crime as a national priority. This applies not only to the cabinet and the departments concerned with security and justice, but also to all other departments in spheres of government as well as the public at large. In this regard, and in response to the clarion call by the late former President Nelson Mandela in his 1995 SONA speech for us to, open quote, take the war to the criminals and no longer allow the situation in which we are mere sitting ducks of those in our society who, for whatever reason, are bent to engage in criminal and antisocial activities, close quote. The National Crime Prevention Strategy was developed. The NCPS was premised on the acceptance that some of the causes of crime are deep-rooted and related to the history and socio-economic realities of our society. Therefore, a comprehensive strategy that will go beyond providing only effective policing had to be adopted. Most fundamentally, this strategy required that government moves beyond a mode of crisis management and reaction. Government had to ensure that effective planning and sustainable successes in reducing crime was pursued. To effectively reduce crime, it was necessary to transform and reorganize government and facilitate real community participation. We need to weave a new social fabric robust enough to withstand the stresses of rapid change in a newborn society. This approach pointed to the need to adopt a multifaceted approach to ensure sustainable prevention and combating of crime. Crime needed to be tackled in a comprehensive way, which means going beyond an exclusive focus on policing and the justice system. It meant problem solving to address the casual factors which provide opportunities for crime and limit the likelihood of detection. The framework outlined in this strategy was intended to bring a far wider range of solutions to bear on specific crimes, as well as creating roles for a broader range of participants. The NCPS is primarily a long-term program aimed at creating conditions in which the opportunities and motivation for crime will be reduced, as well as transforming the capacity of the criminal justice system to deal with crime. The NCPS was therefore premised on 4 pillars, namely making the criminal justice system more efficient and effective to provide a sure and clear deterrent for criminals and reduce the risks of reoffending. Secondly, reducing crime through environmental design by focusing on designing systems to reduce the opportunity for crime and increase the ease of detection and identification of criminals. Pillar 3, public values and education, focusing on changing the way communities react to crime and violence. It involves programs which utilizes public education and information in facilitating meaningful citizen participation in crime prevention. Lastly, it focuses on transnational crime programs aimed at improving the controls over cross-border traffic-related crimes and reducing international criminal syndicate. The 1996 NCPS and the White Paper on Safety and Security of '98 were adopted shortly after the advent of our new constitutional democracy to respond to the changed legal and policy environment. 20 years later, and in consideration of the dynamism of policing, approaches to policing and the ever-changing nature of crime, a review of both the said NCPS and the White Paper became necessary and was undertaken by the Civilian Secretariat as we speak. This review emanated in the adoption of 2 distinct policy documents by Cabinet in 2016, namely one, the White Paper on Policing, focusing mainly on SAPs and internal interventions to policing and crime combating, and the White Paper on Safety and Security, focusing on holistic and integrated approaches to planning and implementing safety as well as crime and violence prevention interventions. Fundamentally, this White Paper is premised on the recognition that safety, crime, and violence prevention extends far beyond the purview of police and the justice system, which are in actual fact right at the end of the chain. To give effect to the 2016 White Paper on Safety and Security, the Integrated Crime and Violence Prevention Strategy was developed as an implementation mechanisms thereof and has been endorsed by the Minister of Police. It is currently awaiting Cabinet approval. The ICVPS focuses on the prevention of crime and violence in an integrated approach. It recognizes that crime and violence arises from a multiplicity of socio-economic factors and takes into account the cumulative impact of risk factors of crime and violence on a person's life, including on the individual, community, structural, environmental, cultural, and social dimensions. It proposes a whole of government and a whole of society approach. The strategy clarifies the roles and responsibilities of key government departments at the 3 spheres of government. The strategy was presented to the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Ministers cluster in June and September 2021, then to the JCPS Cabinet Committee on 15 February 2022. The Cabinet has requested for more information, and the strategy will be presented again in March 2022 for final approval. The process is intended to enrich the strategy to address weaknesses that the Cabinet Committee have observed. The most important implementation challenge with the NCPS was that it was seen as the responsibility of the Minister of Police, and other departments did not prioritize its implementation, and it did not sufficiently budget for it. With the ICVPS, all relevant departments must include safety programs in their annual performance plans, and municipalities must include safety programs in their integrated development plans and budget for this accordingly. Performance indicators guidelines have also been developed to guide departments towards implementing the ICVPS. Importantly, the responsibility for monitoring implementation of the strategy will reside with the presidency, the premier's offices, and with mayors. While the police development process were taking place, interventions in line with the multifaceted approach to crime prevention were developed and implemented. I will therefore, Chair, continue with the presentation of what we have prepared for the NCOP. Our presentation, the first slide deals with the table of content, the purpose, and an outline of the pillars that I've spoken about, the successes, shortfalls, and conclusion. The purpose of this presentation, Chair, is the purpose of the presentation is to brief the National Council of Provinces on the progress in implementing the National Crime Prevention Strategy. With regard to the introduction, the implementation of the National Crime Prevention Strategy is not the sole responsibility of the South African Police Service only. However, it is also the responsibility of the JCPS and other government departments. We have established community policing forum to strengthen our relationship with the community. The community safety forums are also in place in most municipalities across the country. There is a process to move community policing forums from the South African Police Service to the Civilian Secretariat, and this is also inculcated into the new SAPS amendment bill, which we are currently in the process of redrafting and to present to Parliament and ultimately to the NCOP for further processing and adopting to become the law, because the current SAPS Act needs to be reviewed. We have conducted joint operation to address serious.
If you can just a moment, if we can just request that your framing be done a little bit better, that is for the outside media platforms. You are moving up and down every time. So is it better, Madam? Is it fine now? Table? I'm asking the table, is it fine now?
Yes, ma'am.
Little bit down, yes. Like that, it's fine. You may continue. Thank you. You may continue. It's just for the external media platforms because they are not, you are not quite visible on TV nicely. Let me put it straight to you so that you understand what I'm saying. Thank you. Okay.
No, thanks for that. I think I will also change the posture of where I put my slides, because it's I put them more on a wrong side. I think that's better.
You may continue. Yeah. And sorry, honorable members, for that, but I had to do it for us to be framed for a while. Thank you.
No, thanks. The strategy to sanitize policing priorities with the focus to improve service delivery internally and externally and to address the related crimes through an integrated approach. The SAPS has adopted an operational system called the 5-pillar approach that has been effective in dealing with crime. That is Pillar 1, intelligence gathering, analysis, and coordination. Gathers intelligence in support of the prevention, combating, and investigation of crime collating, evaluating, analyzing, coordinating, and disseminating intelligence for the purpose of tactical and operational utilization. Pillar 2, which is proactive approach, discourage all crime by providing a proactive and responsive policing service, striving towards the reduction of crime levels by instilling community confidence, enhancing community mobilization and partnerships, encouraging victim empowerment programs, and addressing the proliferation of firearms, liquor control, and closure of markets for stolen goods. Pillar 3, combating approach, provides a rapid response capability where conventional policing has been compromised, tactical response capability to resolve confirmed serious and violent crimes in progress through planned operations or specific request. Pillar 4, which is reactive through detection approach, provide for integrated crime scene management, investigation of cases generated, including FCS, thorough analysis of the facts at hand, and continuous consultation with NP8 for successful prosecutions. Conduct organized crime threat analysis driven project investigations. Pillar 5, communication and liaison. Continuous issue of media statements on successes, newsworthy incidents, positive and negative comments, including continuous engagement and liaison with other role players for successful results. With regard to national operations, the South African Police Service has undertaken the following operation to address serious and violent crimes and proliferation of firearms. Operation Lockdown in the Western Cape, addressing violent crimes related to gangsterism. In KwaZulu-Natal, destabilization operation addressing contact and violent crimes. In Nangomzi operation in KwaZulu-Natal, addressing cross-border crime. Cash in transit operations, illicit mining operation in Limpopo, investigation of political related crime. We have also conducted joint operations driven by the Justice Crime Prevention Security Cluster and coordinated by the National Joint Operational and Intelligence Structure, NAT joints, which includes departments like Home Affairs, Justice and Correctional Services, Social Development, State Security Agency, Defense, and the Department of International Relations. Dealing with illicit mining, cash in transit, theft of ferrous or non-ferrous metal, wildlife trafficking, maritime resources, stock theft, extortion at construction sites, illicit tobacco and counterfeit goods, pipeline and theft of fuel, taxi violence, damage to and theft of trucks and cargo. The criminal justice system, the Justice Crime Prevention Security Cluster has embarked on integration of systems through integrated justice system program in order to improve efficiency and flow of information across departments. Implementation of the CJS program is not finalized. Once activated, it will create seamless sharing of information between the South African Police Service, the National Prosecution Authority, the Department of Justice and Correctional Services, the Department of Home Affairs, and SARS. Specific programs are undertaken annually to finalize this program. Trained detectives to better their skills and improve investigation and deterrence of crime. Pillar 2, which is reducing crime through environmental design. The challenges of environmental design, Chair. The environmental design has escalated throughout South Africa. The rate of informal settlement has increased. People are moving from urban to rural areas into informal settlements. It is observed that there is an increase of informal settlements, in particular in the Western Cape, Gauteng, and KwaZulu-Natal. Informal settlements have no streets and lighting, which makes its residents more vulnerable to crime. South African Police Service is currently embarking on the Safer City project with municipalities, which is intended to address most of the environmental design challenges, because without addressing the issues of environmental design, Chair, we'll have a problem of policing, particularly these informal settlements. Pillar 3, which is public values and education. Chair, public education is conducted through crime awareness campaigns and community policing forums. We hosted crime dialogue involving various stakeholders, particularly vulnerable groups, including publicizing arrests and sentences relating to GBV and other serious and violent crimes. As part of community mobilization against crime, we have recruited 16,000 community patrollers to assist the police and to intensify visibility. With regard to Pillar 4, which is transnational, Chair, this is about cross-border operations. Bilateral, trilateral, and multilateral agreements are in place with subco countries, and there are joint operations underway to address inter alia, stock theft, stolen vehicles, illicit firearms and fugitives from justice, prevention of human trafficking, smuggling of minerals, illicit mining through Trans-Kalahari corridor operations, the joint cross-border operations to address stolen vehicles, training on crime prevention and other operational matters to neighboring countries, and exchange of intelligence. With regard to successes that we have been able to register, Chair, we have well-established partnership with community policing forums, Business Against Crime, South African Banking Risk Information Center, and Chapter 9 institutions, establishment of GBV desk in 381 police stations, including the top 30 GBV priority areas. Anti-gang units established in 4 provinces, that is the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, Gauteng, and Free State. In order to combat violent crimes and drugs, cybercrime bill was passed. South African police members have initiated a process to train members in order to respond appropriately. With the view to turn around crime, we have developed an overarching crime combating strategy and currently engaging SADC to support the implementation in as far as transnational crime is concerned. Through SAP's partnership with the Department of Tourism, 2,300 tourist safety monitors recruited to assist the police in policing the tourism area. ICE and ES project, SAP's partnership with Business Against Crime South Africa since 2019, an MOU was signed to take effect. SAPS and private security industry undertook a project of co-sharing information in order to maximize and enhance operational responses. However, Chair, there are shortfalls in this regard, and this has to do with insufficient budget allocation to the JCPS departments in terms of compensation of employees. Incomplete realignment and synergy in the flow of criminal justice system information. The loss of members due to COVID-19 and retirement without replacement. Even though a decision has been taken, Chair, that we are going to recruit 7,000 and 7,000, even though lately there is a talk that we should increase that number to 12,000 new recruits, which is going to be done during this financial year. This brings us to the end of the presentation, Chair, and thanks very much for the opportunity you have given us to share in this interaction with the members of the NCOP. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, that was the presentation by the Ministry of Police through the Deputy Minister. As usual, the next will be for members now to indicate whether they want to engage with the specific presentation, and we will call them as they are indicating on the platform. We will also now give first an opportunity to the Honorable Sheikh, the chairperson of the specific cluster or the select committee. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson, and thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for your presentation. I think we note the progress as presented by the Deputy Minister on the implementation of the National Crime Prevention Strategy. But we also note, Deputy Minister, the review process that is expected to be finalized this year to address challenges encountered in the implementation of the strategy. That being said, Deputy Minister, the National Crime Prevention Strategy document acknowledges that the history of the culture of violence in South Africa may have given birth to the violent protests experienced in the country. How will the department, in collaboration with other departments as well as civil society, develop means and ways of changing this culture of violence to the one of peaceful protest and the respect of the rule of law? Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh. Before we continue, Honorable Deputy Minister, we will take all the questions. So we will request that you ask your team to note the questions, and at the end of that, we will then allow for you to respond and or to give inputs or to give direction as to what will be the way forward with regards to the issues that you don't have the response readily at hand. We will continue, and we will now call on the Honorable G. Mikalakis to continue with the queries.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Minister, it's clear that different provinces have different policing needs. Every province's crime pattern and circumstances differ and needs a different approach. Why then has a national policy that confronts the policing needs of provinces individually not been developed since the Constitution was passed in 1996? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mikalakis. The next will be Honorable Dutoy.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Deputy Minister, currently SAPS is undercapacitated with reference to vehicles, etc. And we all know it's common knowledge that the SAPS budget has been cut and will most probably be cut again. How will it be possible to capacitate the new up to 12,000 new SAPS recruits and in this regards? And if I may, Deputy Minister, Minister Tsele indicated that up to 10,000 normal SAPS members will be capacitated and trained to act as public order police first responders, to put it that way. Are vehicles being availed for them as well? Since we haven't seen any indication of new Nyalas being availed, will they be going to the sites with their Corollas? It's just a question if you can please answer. Thank you, Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoy. The next will be Honorable Ryder.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Good morning to you and to all the colleagues online. Deputy Minister, welcome to the NCOP. Thank you very much. The Chairperson in his opening remarks referred to the expert panel report into the July 2021 civil unrest. Quite rightly so. I think it's an important document that places today's discussion in good context. But in that report, and I'm going to quote from it if I may, it says, in a nutshell, the Minister of Police and the National Commissioner are poles apart in their interpretation of how the events of July could have been managed. if at all. This is a matter of concern as it narrows the grounds for consensus within the senior leadership of the police on what needs to be corrected going forward, and of who is to be held accountable for the failure to prevent the loss of life and the destruction of property that occurred. End quote. That's directly from the report. Deputy Minister, clearly the disagreements between the Minister and the National Commissioner, which are now common cause, the disagreements are having a negative effect on the police force as a whole. If the Minister and our top police officer cannot reach consensus, how do you envisage taking the police forward to prevent such events in the future? And what role have you played, Deputy Minister, in resolving the impasse between the two, the National Commissioner and the Minister? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. The next will be Honorable Arnolds.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson, and good morning. Deputy Minister, we all know that the National Crime Prevention Strategy, as adopted in 1996, provides a framework for a multi-dimensional approach to crime prevention. But do we really have a stable and effective department capable of fulfilling its mandate to the people of South Africa? If we have, why do most of the resources go towards responding after crimes have already been committed and not towards proactive crime prevention aimed at preventing crime from occurring at all times? The latest crime statistics show that Cape Town Central Police Station in the Western Cape recorded the most community-reported serious crime by volume in the country. This despite claims made by the Minister that additional measures were put in place to ensure the safety of the citizens over the festive season. Which immediate resources have been directed for the Cape Town community to help solve crimes? And then the last question that I want to ask, it's a common threat to the sustainability of a community-based crime prevention initiative is the lack of ongoing support and commitment. It is crucial to ensure that the strategies remain active and that programs and projects do not disappear or become ineffective as time goes by. Now, what support are being given to strengthen the local community police forums? And we all know that there is a move now towards putting those community police forums under the Department of Civilian Secretariat for the Police Service. And what has been done really to facilitate community participation? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arnold. It will be now Honorable Dangor. Honorable Dangor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, my question is the following. The strategy seems to want to harmonize between the police, the Department of Justice, and the NPA. How effective is this strategy being, and is it paid any fruits, and is this working as intended? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Dangor. The next will be Honorable Moletsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. DM, I hear that the idea is to prevent the crime. My concern is, how is the community going to believe in police in fighting crime? Especially now that you'll find that, okay, you are increasing the number, you are intending to increase the number of police, but still you are intending to increase the number of the police, but what about other resources? The very same police stations, they are without cars. They cannot operate smoothly as they, according to the expectation. For an example, in Odendalsrus in Free State, the police station in town, it has only one buggy, which they are using to service the whole community of Odendalsrus. They don't even have holding cells. Whenever there's somebody who's been arrested, maybe who needs to be kept for 48 hours, needs to be transported to another police station holding cells because they don't have. And while it's transporting maybe some a person to the holding cells of another police station, they are called for to come and intervene somewhere in the location. They have to wait for that buggy that went to the nearest town, about 40 to 50 km, to go and drop the victim, the person there. So they are struggling on coming to vehicle availability. How are you going to assist the police station so that they can have enough resources to be able to fight to prevent the crime? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Muletsane. The next will be Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Minister, in 2020-2021 financial year, IPID considered 353 cases of deaths caused by police action, 256 incidents of alleged torture by police personnel, and 4,228 assaults reportedly perpetrated by the police. The NDP recommends a demilitarization approach to SAPS. Yet, we have seen very little demilitarization happening. Why, if so many crimes are committed at the hands of police, is the department not taking a stronger stance? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. The next will be Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Morning, Deputy Minister. My question, with the 3 bills on gender-based violence, which have been signed into law by the President, what are the plans to ensure solid implementation of these bills and ensuring that justice is served timelessly on the victims of GBV and femicide? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. The next will be Honorable Allen from the Western Cape.
Good. Thank you so much, Deputy Chair. I am delighted to hear that 2 of the matters were addressed in the presentation by the Deputy Minister in terms of the destruction of firearms, as well as mention of drug trading in the Western, as well as drug trading. My question is basically regarding the confiscation of firearms, which is being kept across various stations in the Western Cape, and the challenge that it poses is that these weapons are transported biannually up to Pretoria in order to be destroyed. I do know on the agenda for a number of years, it has been on a dedicated site for the Western Cape for the destruction of firearms, because once we are able to get those firearms off the street, but if it lands back in the hands of criminals, it creates a secondary scenario where more people could lose their lives. So I would like to know if a dedicated site would be on the cards for the Western Cape, but also in terms of SAPS's role in terms of closing drug houses. Deputy Chair, we have 1,557 known drug houses in the Western Cape. That is more than public schools in the Western Cape. So I'd like to know from SAPS's side in terms of the closure of drug houses in order to ultimately destroy the grip that gang members would have on communities. But I'm covered by the previous question on the policing needs and priorities as well, because we've seen here in the Western Cape, the policing needs and priorities that we do on a yearly basis, which is mandated, isn't being taken into account. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Allen. The next will be Honorable Mutsamai. Kenny Mutsamai.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Motsamai, you can continue.
Thank you, the Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Tuna, dipalopalo tsa dikgetsi tsa borukutlo go akaretsa dipolao, go gapiwa ga dikoloi le tsa megobogobo di golela pele mo lefatsheng la Afrika Borwa. A tona o a dumela gore bothata jo bo tsalwa ke go tlhoka boeteledipele jo bo tsepameng mo mafapeng a farologaneng a puso. Dikgetsi tsa go thupiwa di a oketsega mme se ke tlhoko boroko. Mo ngwageng wa 2021 mo kgweding ya Diphalane le Ngwanaitseele go begilwe dikgetsi di le 2,605. Ke gore ntona a sa bolele gore go rarabolotswe kgetsi tse kae kgotsa ke di le kae tse di tla rarabololwa. Ke a leboga, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Motsamai. The next will be Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Bartlett.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers. Good morning. The general observation is that the security services need to be capacitated, Honorable Chair. Are there any measures or plans in place to strengthen the capacity of the security cluster? Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bartlett. The next will be Honorable Brotteset.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Deputy Minister, I have long driven the issue of business forums in my role as on the Select Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure and also in transport. These business forums adopt mafia-style tactics and attack business construction sites across South Africa, demanding an illegitimate share of the tender, of the profits, and threaten workers with death if their demands are not met. I was therefore very heartened to hear that the President was going to establish an interministerial task team during his SONA address. So today, I would like to know from you, Deputy Minister, what are the details and the strategy of this interministerial initiative to attack the scourge in South Africa? I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Brotteset. The next will be Honorable Lehihi.
The government continues to fail thousands of women who are seeking justice. When will the DNA backlog be completely cleared? Femicide remains a big problem in South Africa. Even with all the policies in place, women continue to be killed in increasing numbers. Will it be correct to say that there exists no real strategy to deal with gender-based violence or prevention of it?
Can we then now have Honorable Bosov?
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Good morning to you and the colleagues, and good morning to the Minister. Deputy Minister, in the past 5 years, 3,405 official police firearms were stolen or went missing. 158 of them in January this year in Norwood, Johannesburg. Between 2005 and 2017, a total of 26,025 firearms that were issued to police officers were stolen or simply disappeared. Why then, Deputy Minister, if this problem has persisted over decades, has the police not gotten a grip over firearms in its own custody? By now, you should have had mechanisms in place to ensure that this never happens, unless, of course, Deputy Minister, the police are riddled with criminals and you have no way of controlling it. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Bosov. The next will be Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to the Deputy Minister, your good self, and all members present in the House. Honorable Deputy Minister, I would like to find out from your department as to how will the department and the security cluster as a whole ensure that there is communication and coordination of the cluster to ensure security and safety of the people of South Africa. I thank you, Honorable.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of our NCOP. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Chair, my question is that the report also recommended that government should attend to socio-economical challenges facing the country, unemployment, inequality, and also poverty, as this can be exploited and lead to instability. This suggests, Deputy Minister, a comprehensive approach in dealing with crime and instability. Deputy Minister, are there any engagement with other clusters of government to respond to these challenges that I've just mentioned? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Deputy Minister, before you begin to respond to the issues.
Deputy Chair?
Yes.
Can I have a bite, please?
Honorable Mulitsane?
Yes, Deputy.
What is your issue? Haven't you spoken? You are muted. You are muted.
I forgot to put one fact to another issue to the Deputy Minister so that he can assist me when he responds.
Put your fact, but Honorable Mulitsane, you never do that to me again.
Thank you for your flexibility. DM, like I said, that we are the intention is to fight the crime. In Warden in the Free State, there are some cases that are opened, and you'll find that the members of community, they don't get the case numbers like they expected, because after you have opened a case, you'll be told that within 48 hours, you'll be forwarded an SMS, a case number. The problem there with the station commander there, they are complaining that they are understaffed. He has only 2 detectives, one is on sick leave, and one has to do the whole job. So he's not capable of doing that. So it means that the problem, they are saying that it is because they are understaffed. When you respond, how can you assist in order so that the community is served well to prevent crime, so that they get enough manpower in order to be able to service the community of Warden in Free State? Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
It's fine, Honorable Mulitsane. Honorable Deputy Minister, I also just have 2 issues that I want to raise with you. This morning, we took note of a cash in transit heist attempt, wherein which almost 90% of the people involved was from Zimbabwe and Botswana that was involved in that thing. Now you speak about the 4th pillar that is on transnational crime. So what is your relationship with crime intelligence or with intelligence with regards to these issues? Why is it that it is so easy for people to come from other SADC countries to perpetrate crime here in our country? I want to know really about the issue of intelligence. The issue of gender-based violence have been addressed by few of the honorable members, but I would love to know what is the progress with regards to the specialized units. I am reminded today of this because of the death of a comrade of mine, Mr. Crouch, that used to be one of the brilliant detectives during the time of the Child Protection Unit. May his soul rest in peace. But I would love to know what is the progress with regards to issues of specialized units? And Honorable Deputy Minister, with that, we will give over to you to respond on what you can respond to and to commit on what you will be coming back to respond to us on. Others, I know it's individual issues that you need to take note and that is not necessarily necessary to respond on at this current moment. It's over to you, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to members of the committee for the questions that have been raised. We have made sure that the department connects. I'm the Deputy National Commissioner, General Masemola, is connected, and others on the platform. So they have taken note of all the questions that have been raised here. And those that we will not be able to talk to, or I have not been able to capture, they have captured because they are connected as a team where they are. I'm on my own here, so I might have missed a question or two, but thanks a lot, Chair of the session, Deputy Chairperson. It's always an honor and a privilege for us to appear before members and to get to have a different perspective on the questions that are raised, which are quite educative and informative to us. They make us better when we live here, and they make us see the broader picture, which in the course of preparing and ultimately coming to present to yourselves, we were blindsided to that. So your unique eyes and ears make us wiser, Chair, and we are grateful for this opportunity you have given us today to come and interact with yourselves. We all agree with we agree with the views as expressed by Honorable Sheikh with regard to the history or the historic culture of violence of our society. As South Africans, we have lived in a violent environment for over a very long period of time. Our environment has been characterized by conflict for over 300 years, a conflict which ultimately was resolved in 1994, when for the first time we went to vote and usher in a democratic dispensation. This environment have created the people that we are today, who have tended to believe that any conflict, any misunderstanding that two individuals can have, if you fail to convince each other through a discussion, generally resorting to force is something that is like, it's a natural thing to do. And you see people beating each other unprovoked. You see people engaging in activities that lead to other individuals being killed, or even the barbaric manner in which some of the actions are done. You know, a person being killed, being beaten either by a stick or a sharp object in the head until you know, you break, you smash the skull of a human being. That, you know, such acts can only be done by inhuman or barbaric individuals. You don't expect some of the acts to happen today in this century in which we are living in. But it happens because of the nature of the society or the people the society that produced us. So it's not going to be an easy process to change this culture of violence. But as a society, as the South African police, as government, we believe working together with our people, we will be able to create a society that will live differently, will have a different attitude to the things that they do, including how they look at each other. I must not look at you and your sexual orientation determine that I must look at you as something that is not human. I must see you as a human being. I must look at a child and see a child as a child who needs my assistance or my support so that the child can grow to become an adult like me. When you look at an old person who needs you to extend a hand, you must see that as an old person who needs to be assisted. We must look at each other and see each other as human beings and act appropriately and move away from the society that we are, because we are generally a violent society. Last week we released crime statistics, Chairperson. That crime statistics is we were putting a mirror before the nation to say the nation, this is who you are as South Africans. As you see South African walking the street there, this is what they do to each other. This is how they kill each other. This is where they kill each other. This is what leads them to kill each other. Some others have arguments, others kill other people for the things that they have, which they want to dispossess from them without permission, and therefore they take it by force and in the process kill a person. The stats are a reflection of who we are as a people, but we can't throw our arms in the air and become hopeless that there is nothing we can do. That's why in the South African police, we have a program that we engage on public education. And it's not only a South African police program, it's a government program where we do imbizos. And these imbizos are not imbizos that are just conducted by government or by the South African police. Even the National Council of Provinces, you do take parliament to the people. You go to provinces, you interact with communities, things that were not done in the past. But it's the nature of the participatory programs that we have come up with. The intention of all these programs is to educate our people, for them to understand better how government works, but also to understand better how they must relate with each other. Public education is geared to make people aware not of things that they don't know. They know, but sometimes you can see a thing but not see that this thing is wrong. It's like I can give an example with myself, Chair. When I grew up, I grew up being taught how to write an essay. And in the writing of an essay, I knew that when I write, I must use he as an example. I will never write she or he in the course of writing an essay because I was never taught that way. It had to take me to go to the University of Western Cape to study. And I went there at the age of 30. That's when I learned to write she or he and knew comfortably that I'll get a proper mark. Nobody is going to say, why do you write she and he? Because we were socialized that way. We were socialized to see things in a particular manner, but a person can be educated to live his past or her past way of looking at the world, to look at the world differently. So educating our people to change the culture of violence is not impossible, but it will require the entire of society to join the programs of police, to join the programs of government the programs that the NCOP does, as you do your outreach programs, you should also do your outreach programs focusing on ensuring that as you emerge from that outreach program, make your contribution towards changing this culture of violence. Individual members of the NCOP, you have constituency offices, you do constituency outreach, you do public engagement. As you do this public engagement, know that you have got a role to play in ensuring that we must change this culture of violence. If we can succeed in doing this as South Africans, you will see even statistics, crime statistics as they are released, there will be a decline because our society will have been made to understand that however we can differ, we must not resort to violence as we differ. It can be with your child, it can be with your wife, it can be with your neighbor, it can be with fellow members of parliament. Differ, but don't become enemies to an extent that you wish each other bad things. And that if we do this, I'm quite confident we will be able to change this culture of violence. We have achieved many things as South Africans working together. This is one of the challenges that we will be able to deliver on. I agree, Chair, that provinces are not the same. It's correct, they are not the same. And even if you look in terms of the issues that we were presenting before you, we did indicate differentiation in terms of the things that we will do in the Western Cape, which we will not do in the Northern Cape, because they have got different environment within which they operate. Therefore, they will need different approach. Yes, you have a national program. The South African Police is driven and directed from national office. But as we go into different provinces, different dynamics comes into play, and we are guided by those dynamics to deal with policing in those specific areas. That's why in certain provinces, for instance, like the Western Cape, it is a province where an anti-gang unit was established, and it has been making a good progress in our fight against crimes, our fight against gangsterism, to an extent that it is being replicated in other provinces. But you are right, different provinces have unique or different, their environment are different. Therefore, you need to approach things being mindful of that, Honorable Nicola Kass. I fully agree with you. With regard to the shortage of vehicles, as Honorable Ditoit has raised, yes, indeed, there are areas where there is a shortage. Even with subs, we have placed an order for vehicles. Some of our traditional suppliers have not been able to meet our request or our demands, and therefore we had to go and start negotiating with other dealership to assist us for us to procure vehicles. The ones where we have had problems with is your Toyota and Ford, who were not able to give us all the vehicles that we needed because they could only produce so much because of the constraints that we have gone through, all of us, of COVID. And as we bring this 12,000 new recruit, are we going to be able to give them the capacity, capacitate them to do their work? Yes, we will do so. Yes, there is a shortage, we agree. But with the resources that are there, we are going to make sure that we give each other resources to the best of our ability to enable these members to do their work, because without the tools of trade in the police space, you will not be able to perform your responsibilities. So we will, with the resources at our disposal, make sure that the new recruits that comes are properly resourced. But they are not necessarily going to come into a space that completely does not have resources. I think other members, I think it's Honorable Simelani, if I am pronouncing the name Muletsani, yes. He spoke of a police station where there is only one vehicle. Or where the station commander says, I don't have personnel to perform certain functions. So some of these 12,000 will be sent to areas like that. Of course, there are other areas that are well resourced, like in urban areas, like in Cape Town, for example. Most of the police stations in town, they are properly resourced in all respect. Now, the provincial commissioner has taken a program to ensure that some of the resources in affluent areas are being shared with areas that are not properly resourced. Of course, the intention is not to weaken areas that are resourced. You have to do a balancing act to make sure that as you did, you put resources, you move resources from one area to the other. You don't deplete the one that is properly resourced. So yes, the 12,000 personnel will definitely find space where they are going to work, and the POP is a major priority for us, because it's very important that we strengthen that section so that we are able to deal with protest challenges that we can face at any given time, even given the fact that today, for people to protest, they don't need a permit from anybody. They can wake up in the morning, as long as they've coordinated themselves enough, they can wake up and go and march without a permit. It's not illegal. So with an environment like this, you will need ready capacity as a country to respond to that. So the training is to deal with that, but it is also a training that chair deals with the issue we're raising of specialized units. This 12,000, it will not just be 12,000 POP or those who will just wear uniform and stay behind the counter. It will be 12,000 of integrated personnel that will be training, that also deals with the specialization that we need in the space, be it the FCS unit that deal with gender-based violence, or the scientists that we utilize in our forensic laboratories. You know, somebody once said in one of the Lhota, in fact, it was the statistician general, even though I suspect he was doing on a lighter note, he said, no, police officers, they don't understand mathematics, or they don't understand science. And I had to say in response to that, to say to the president, no, the statistician general does not know the South African Police Service. In the South African Police Service, we do have statisticians here. The statistics that we released last on Friday, those statistics are crafted by police officers who work for the South African police. We don't outsource that function. We have the capacity internally to read statistics, to write them, and to present them. But we also have the capacity here, Chair, of scientists in the space who must, and DNA is about science. The forensic laboratories is about science. So you can't go and work in the laboratory if you don't have the necessary qualification. It can be a diploma or a degree in science-related subject. So this 12,000 will also include recruitment for the forensic laboratories, because we must also feed that section with properly qualified people so that we provide the necessary service. So specialization, Chair, will be part of what the 12,000 we will be doing. The question that Honorable Ryder raised about the panel of experts and the observation that the report has made, and what have I done as Deputy Minister to resolve the impasse that he has spoken about. I think we have been able to have an understanding within the ministry that we are not there to nurse each other's ego, or we are there to serve the people of South Africa. There might be dynamics and challenges that we have there, but there is an understanding that we are here to serve. The minister understands that he's here to serve the people of South Africa, and the National Commissioner understands that he's here to serve the people of South Africa. And they both know that they have a joint responsibility to the people of South Africa. And I think to a greater extent, we have been able to navigate despite the teething challenges that are there. And you will agree with me that we do from time to time, not as a publicity stunt. We have a situation where we present what we are supposed to present jointly. Like last week, Friday, when we presented statistics, of course, I was not part of that presentation because I was having a public engagement in Mpumalanga province. But the minister and the National Commissioner presented statistics to the people of South Africa. But not only that presentation, we have had engagement and operations jointly led by the minister and the National Commissioner, because we have been able to understand that we must serve our people. We don't have to be friends, but we are colleagues. We must work together. And yes, we work together. Challenges are there like in any other environment, but we have been able to do what we are expected to do, and we will continue to do that. Yes, our department is stable, and I think from time to time you see on the things that we do that indeed we have got committed men and women who are ready and willing to serve our people. There are incidences where we are able to foil crime as or when it is about to happen. You can only do so if the entire system is working. The chair, you were talking about the foreign nationals that were engaged in a criminal act yesterday, and how is our intelligence? The fact that people were not able to carry out their operation, they were intercepted. It is because of that intelligence capacity that we have within the South African police and broadly within government to deal with these issues. Of course, these people, when they come into the country, excuse me, Chair, they come into the country as people who are visiting South Africa for one reason or the other, either as refugees, as economic refugees, or for whatever reason. They don't cross to say they are going to commit crime. They might have the idea or the intention to come and commit crime, but as they cross as like any other person. And it is only when they are settled that they interface with other individuals and that the issue of committing crime comes into play. Because yes, there might be Zimbabweans and people from Botswana. But you might find that there are South Africans amongst them, because in most cases, those who engage in cash heist or criminal activity involving foreign nationals, they work with South Africans. They can't come as foreign nationals and work without working with people who know the place, who are from here. Crime is facilitated by citizens of this country. And as a result, it then happened. These people find places to stay owned by South Africans. And so they can only have accommodation, know their way around by being part of the people who are citizens of this country, who know their way around here, and then they collaborate with them and commit these heinous crimes. But as the police, we have the capacity to respond to this situation, and we are dealing with it, and we will definitely stabilize this environment to an extent that we can live peacefully. It's not impossible. Yes, of course, challenges are there. I can't come here, Chair, and appear before members and talk to members as if these members are not from South Africa. You are South Africans. You see some of the things that are in our space. They are in the public domain. You see some of these things. So I can't say everything is perfect in the South African police. We don't have challenges. We do have challenges. But these are challenges that we have the capacity to overcome them. And we have overcome them, and we're moving on, and we're being able to do what the Constitution expects of us, which is to ensure that there is law and order in the country. But of course, as police alone, we will never defeat these challenges without working with our people. That's why those who came before us, as they adopted the Constitution that we are using today as our guide, and what we subsequently did to date, we are not talking of the South African police. We are talking of the South African Police Service, a service to the people, but a service that gains strength from the people. It is the people who will enhance this service to become effective. That's why the collaboration and the need to work together. And I'm quite certain that we shall overcome. The resources that have been allocated to Western Cape. Western Cape, I think we've said this many times with the minister, the national commissioner, that it has received the largest resource allocation, more than any other province in the country. And of course, we don't mean that we will stop supporting the Western Cape. We'll continue to provide the necessary support in that part of our country. Community policing forums need to be strengthened, and it is through community policing forum that the community participate in policing, because the community policing forum is an organ which represent communities through which the South African police interact with our people. And there is commitment from the South African police to make sure that community policing forum and other forms of community organization that are geared towards crime fighting have the necessary support from government and from SAPS in particular. And it is in this regard that the current amendment to the South African Police Act, the area that have been withholding us to process the bill quicker is the finalization of the budgeting for CPFs. which National Treasury is grappling with, and the Secretariat and the police are working on that to ensure that there is clarity and finality in this regard. Honorable Dango, the issue of the effectiveness of the strategy of working together with departments, this is really very effective and very, very fruitful, because the lack of collaboration between the South African police and the National Prosecution Authority is that the South African police will arrest a person, prepare documentations, which are then given to the prosecution authority to prosecute this person who has committed a crime. Because the investigations have not been compiled, have not been prosecutorially led. There are challenges that when they arrive at the prosecuting stage for prosecutions to happen, there are weaknesses. Now, this collaboration deals with that weakness that is as a result of working in silos. In government, there have been this tendency of a department working in silos, yet they are one government. President Ramaphosa introduced an approach that said, let's have an integrated way of working as department, this district development model, effectively integrating different departments with provinces and districts to work together for a specific development in a local municipality. Equally with government, then the need to collaborate is there. That's why even the crime prevention strategy, its effectiveness will be determined by the ability of government to work as one. Because the environmental design that we spoke to, the issues that Honorable Sheikh raised here, that the history of the country produced this environment that we have. Now, if you want to undo it, to deny crime space to grow, you must make sure that the economy is growing. And you must make sure that the departments that contribute to the economic growth have an conducive environment from within which they work. Agriculture must have an environment conducive enough for those who are in the agricultural space to create opportunities to deal with unemployment. We were in Bethlehem yesterday. One of the communities there is 60% unemployment. Out of 10 people walking the street, 6 of them are unemployed. That is a breeding ground for criminality. How do you deal with that? You deal with that by creating opportunities for people to be employed. There are a number of things that must come into play there. It means the Department of Tourism, the Department of Agriculture, Economic Development, small businesses, they must work together to create that conducive environment. So collaboration works, collaboration helps, collaboration makes things work better. In this case, working with the NPA makes policing work very easy. Our detectives, as they do their investigations, they are preparing their cases, they work together with the prosecution authority. So when a case docket is ready to serve, it's a case docket that is ready to serve and is going to stand the test of time. That's why around GBV cases, there are many people who are sent to life imprisonment because of cases that have been properly worked, which are a product of this working together by different departments. With regard to the issue that you have raised, Honorable Muletsane, how will community believe in police because of the experiences that they have had, given the limited resources in the space? It is important that, even in this case where there is one police vehicle and 3 officers, we must strengthen the working relationship between the police and the community. The community must have a full grasp of the state of affairs in the police station. And they can only do so if there is closer collaboration between the station and the community, so that the community and the station become one in the fight against crime. Once that happens, our fight against crime is not going to be stopped by the number of police officers we employ. It is going to be stopped by the role that communities will play in the fight against crime. The centrality of community participation can't be overemphasized in this battle, because it is a battle that will be won by communities. You can send in hundreds of thousands of police officers and all the vehicles that you can need in the world to an environment. If the community is not party to that process, forget it. You won't succeed in fighting crime. So it is important that our people must be organized to be part of policing, even in these areas that are under-resourced. And we do have programs, like I say, last week, Friday, I was in Kwamateka, in Mpumalanga, talking to communities about the role they must play in policing in their area. Criminals stay with these communities. Criminals sleep with these communities. They wash their clothes, they feed them. They are their children, some are their parents or their neighbors. They know them. So if we close that space as a community, we can defeat crime. There are communities in South Africa where the level of crime have declined because of the role that the community play in ensuring that in our community, we don't want criminals. We are going to make the space for criminals to be very small. They must move out. It can be done, it's possible. So that should be our approach. Of course, in the department, we must do what is necessary. While we know and understand that the communities are the pillar or the central pillar of our fight against crime, but we must do our part. We must make sure vehicles are there. We must make sure when the vehicle has a breakdown, that vehicle does not stay in our government garages forever. It must be fixed, it must go back, it must be on the street. We should deal with that. And from my own observation, we have communities are developing trust, and they have trust in the police. I haven't gone to a community where I have had an experience of community not trusting the police. Yes, they will have reservations. Yes, they will complain about some police officers who work with criminals, because it will be disingenuous of me to say that all police officers are okay. No, we have criminals. And I think one member raised an issue here of criminal elements within the South African Police Service. We have them. They work with criminals, but we arrest them and we remove them from the South African police, those who work with criminals. And we will continue to do so, because we want a police service that is free of criminals. You can't be a law enforcer if you are a criminal. And we're committed to make sure that happens. The issue of not taking a strong stand, honorable Christians, and the demilitarization of demilitarization of the police, it's not true that we don't take a strong stance. We have a strong view as police about wrongdoing. Anybody who engages in wrongdoing within the South African police, we deal with them. It doesn't matter your rank. There are police officers who have been expelled from the police because of their wrongdoing. And we do have a view that says we are a service. We talk to our police officers, and we will continue to do so for as long as there are elements within the police who sometimes believe like we are a police force, we are not a police service, because we have them. We have them. We have a history. I can't deny that we have a history. We have a history of scope and donor in this space. But in the democratic dispensation, the conduct of a police officer must be different. And this will only be so by continuous education of our police officers in their training, in their areas of work, as and when we interact with them. And we encourage them to participate in these processes. Like when we have imbizos, we don't go to an imbizo and it's an imbizo of a deputy minister. No, I make sure that police officers participate in that process so that communities can have a different view towards them, but they must also feel comfortable to interact with communities. And there are police officers who are extremely good in interacting with communities. That's why you will find certain stations relating very well with communities, because they are led by officers who have a better understanding of what is expected of them and what is not expected of them. The issue of decentralization, we have adopted a view that says policing work takes place in a police station. Therefore, we must concentrate resources there. For instance, forensic laboratories. We have a forensic laboratory in the Western Cape. That forensic laboratory must be given the necessary authority to do things that they can do there without having to wait for Pretoria, because there were things that they had to wait for Pretoria for them to receive those things which they can get there in Plattekloof. So we've taken a decision that yes, we must decentralize. We must make it possible for certain things to happen in a province or to happen in a district, but certainly in a police station. That's the area we must focus. Those are the people who must interact with to make sure that things are done and appropriate action is taken. Areas where you have people who use certain houses to manufacture drugs or to distribute drugs, that can be allowed. We need to respond to that and ensure that we close down these facilities. It's you know, Honorable Mzama is saying that the increase in crime stats is as a result of lack of leadership. It's not true. It's not true. In fact, the statistics that we released last week, Thursday, there is a decrease in those statistics. And it shows that we are doing what is necessary, and the public is also playing their role, because you must know that when the statistics of crime go down, it is not an achievement that has been done by the South African police. It's an achievement of the strategy that is being used in the fight against crime, which at the center of it is community participation. So the more the community become involved in our fight against crime, the more you will see the gradual decline of statistics. And this is so because there is leadership, not because there is lack of leadership. Is not correct. The stats we presented, we're presenting to you that there is this increase in the crime, in murder, in carjacking, and all other crimes that were there. And we're also saying these are the areas where this crime occurs, and these are the things that led to this type of a crime to occur. We do know how many cases we have been able to resolve. And if there's a need for us to provide such chair, we will be more than willing to make sure that members get this. The issue of measures to strengthen the security cluster. The strategic approach we are using in the prevention of crime says we must strengthen the coordination of the ministerial security cluster, but also ensure that at a leadership level, there is stability. Posts that are not filled, they must be filled, and ensure that the full component at a leadership level is there, because once you don't have a complete, you have not filled up the posts that must be there at leadership and throughout the institution, you will not be able to perform at your maximum. And that is being done to ensure that this happen. Yes, indeed, the president made pronouncement about these business forums, which to use the honorable's words, they use mafia-style tactics. If you don't meet their demands, you are in trouble. We are putting together a team that must specifically deal with this area, like we did with the anti-gang unit, so that we don't allow a situation where business people have to do business looking over their shoulders if people won't come and ask for things without working for them. We are going to close this space, and we'll make sure that the issue of the business forums, it becomes history. The DNA backlog, I'm confident to say, Chair, that we have dealt with the challenges that have been in the space. As we speak, there is a great reduction that is taking place, and I'm confident that we will be able to deal with the backlog that was there. The machines are working. If there is one that is not working, yes, it might be because of something that might have broken, but it's being fixed. The issues of contracts have been sorted out, which was a big problem. I think at some point we appeared before the committee of Honorable Sheikh on this thing of DNA, where we had problems of contract management. In the police, supply chain was collapsed. I think between 2017 and 2018, there was a problem of collapsing supply chain in the police. We have been dealing with this, and as we speak now, the environment have been stabilized and contracts have been issued. All the contracts, I think maybe there might be one or two that was supposed to have been finalized, I think last week. But I don't want to go into that because I might end up giving you information that is not appropriate. But the majority of contracts have been sorted out. There is work that is taking place. We have been to the laboratories. We went to KZN, I think 2 weeks back. What we found there, we're not happy about the state in which that laboratory is in. Of course, there are delays by public works, and this creates a problem for us because we must move from the area, the place where we are working from now. It's not an ideal office members. It's a bad place. So we have identified a place in town, in Durban. Public works is delaying us. And I think the challenges of public works, if we don't step up, we're going to have a problem as the police. There are many things like our police stations that are not being built because of the delays in public works. Today, as I'm speaking to you, I am from a building which we call Telecom Towers, which was purchased by the police ages ago. That building, we have not fully occupied it because public works, it's really dragging its feet in terms of ensuring that the building is ready for our firearm CFR unit to move in there, because the building they are in now, it's a very bad building. If anything happened there, we will have been irresponsible as this leadership. And I think if you find time, Honorable Sheikh and your team, you can visit and see what I'm talking about. Public Works has promised us to move in there, but we have not moved in. And today, as a result of what I experienced when I went there to check how far is the process of the firearm, central firearm unit moving in there, I was very disappointed with what we found. And we took a decision that we must have a meeting led by our minister and the Minister of Public Works to discuss the challenges that we have with Public Works. It's completely out of order. We need to deal with this issue. So yes, there is a problem with some of the issues that we use, but we rely on other departments, like the instances where we rely on CETA for us to get IT-related services. But for this one of the DNA, I'm quite certain that we will be able to deal with that. I think, Honorable Boshoff, the issue I was talking about of criminals within or police officers who behave like, who not behave like, who are criminals, who work with criminals. We do have them, but we can't say that SAPS is riddled with officers who are criminals, because otherwise we wouldn't be existing as a department. Yes, we do have elements who are criminal, who work with criminals, and those are elements that on a daily basis we are working to weed them out, because we want a police service that serves our people. No, we appreciate the comment that we talked to the coordination and communication, because I think as a cluster, sometimes we communicated past each other. But I think we learned from that experience. We avoid doing that. We speak as one, and there is an improvement as far as that is concerned. The issue of equipping our personnel appropriately, Honorable Brain, I think I spoke to that matter earlier on. Including the issue of dealing with socio-economic issues, to which I have got a bearing on which create an environment that is conducive for criminality. I think this is a better that Nyambosi was talking to. We do work with, for instance, I do work. I'm part of the economic ESED committee that deals with economic issues involving economic development, mineral and energy, agriculture. All economic related matters are dealt with in this cluster, and one sits in that cluster. But our approach is that, of our crime prevention strategy, it's a violent crime prevention strategy that we say must be driven by the president. It talks to socio-economic challenges, and that these socio-economic challenges are the ones that create these problems. And for us to succeed in preventing this, the different departments must make a contribution in ensuring that we change the socio-economic conditions of our people. Because once we succeed in that, we will have dealt with crime effectively as a country, because there won't be hunger. A hungry stomach is a dangerous stomach. It creates all sorts of things. So we are interacting with relevant departments. We are interacting as the entirety of government And there is an understanding that government, both at a national, provincial, and local level, there must be a collaboration that will contribute in this regard. The issue of people not getting case numbers, I think is a problematic matter. I have heard you that the station you are talking to about, Honorable Mletsana, it's in Warden. As you were raising the question and you said Warden, I said to myself, if I had known that there is a problem like this on my way from Bethlehem, I should have passed Warden, because we passed Warden. We took the Warden off ramp towards Bethlehem. But I assure you that we will take this matter forward, because when you go to a police station to open a case, when you walk out, you must walk out with a case number that you can use to deal with your issues. But we will have to look at this and make sure that we appropriately deal with the situation that is there. Like I said, that the Deputy National Commissioner is on the platform, Chair, with me. So some of the issues that I haven't fully spoken to, they will definitely make sure that they are followed up, and there's nothing that that is not attended to. I think in the process, I also talked to the issues that you raised, Chair, about foreign nationals and the issue of specialization. It has been an honor and a privilege for me to be given this opportunity and to get the questions you have given me, and also for you to allow me to respond to the questions that honorable members have asked. Thank you very much, Chair, and honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Honorable members, is there anyone after the comprehensive response of the DM that feel that there is something that is not yet responded to before we continue with the program? I see there is none.
Chair.
Yes, who's speaking?
This is Honorable Mkiva.
Yes, Honorable Mkiva.
Yes, Chairperson, I would have loved to have raised just something that perhaps the Deputy Minister and the department may consider. And this is something that is in relation to an alarming case of assassinations that have occurred in the province of KZN, wherein it had not yet been registered to the nation that in the last 24 months, 44 traditional leaders were killed and assassinated in cold blood in that province. Now, I know that maybe the DM may not have an answer at this point, but what I would like to perhaps say is that it would be great if there could be a consideration of a commission of an inquiry being set up to look into these killings of traditional leaders. And all the traditional leaders I'm referring to are traditional leaders that were on the state payroll. And it is something that is really concerning that nothing has happened so far in that regard. And this is a continuing issue. The last traditional leader was gunned down in December. And therefore, I would like the DM to take this away with and perhaps ensure that they apply their mind on it and look into the possibility of the suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Kiva. It is a suggestion that you have given to the DM to take away and to look into the possibilities of that specific issue. I see that there is a follow-up. Let me first, before I go to the question of the Western Cape MP, let me allow Honorable Zandamela, because it will be the first time that you will be asking something.
No, thanks, Deputy Chairperson. Mine is just a simple one, and to the Deputy Minister, that in the past we used to see a lot of roadblocks, especially that were being placed where provinces are connecting. Why is that no longer happening? Because as we see, most of the crimes, it's like people move from provinces to go to other provinces and commit those crimes. So why are we no longer see maybe some of the roadblocks being set up in provinces, in the borders of provinces? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Zandamela. We will allow Honorable Allen from the Western Cape, and that will be the last one that we will allow to ask, even if it's a follow-up or a new question. Honorable Allen.
Thank you so much, Deputy Chair, for acknowledging me. Thank you to the Deputy Minister for the comprehensive reply. I did not hear anything to my one specific question on the Western Cape receiving a dedicated destruction site for firearms, because it does pose a serious risk. And we have been informed via our committee during 2019 already that it has been on the agenda at the national level, because we've seen a number of guns that is confiscated or surrendered land back in the hands of criminals, and then more people are being killed with those same guns that were supposedly destroyed. But I do appreciate that he mentioned briefly that we are going to do more to close drug houses. But I want to say, Chairperson, that the Deputy Minister also said that the Western Cape receives the most in resources. Just because it's said doesn't mean that's the truth. We've continuously raised that issue, but we will leave that for another time. Thank you.
Please let us not go into a debate now, but I think the DM take note, and also on the issue of the firearm, the dedicated center for that specifically. I think it's also something that need to be taken up further at the level of the Ministry of Police with the Western Cape. I think there is one question, and that is from Honorable Zandamela. Honorable Deputy Minister, if you can respond to that.
No, thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. I think the issues that Honorable Kiva raised, we take note of that. We will discuss that, and because, yeah, we take note of that. The issue of roadblocks, we do roadblocks, Chair. Maybe we can always do more. We can always do more. I was in one roadblock which was done between Okonhoek and Hoedspruit, which is a border between Mpumalanga and Limpopo, and there was one here in Hammanskraal. So yeah, we do them, but we can always improve. I think let me not belabor that point. The issue of a dedicated site, I did talk to the decentralization chair, where there is a merit for certain things to happen in a certain province or a certain district. I don't think there should be a problem. We are open for engagement. And on the issue of resources, Chair, I can confidently say it here that the Western Cape receive more resources than any other province, and we can unpack that for your information. In fact, we should do that and make sure that the Chair has the information. We will do that and give you a report that shows what I'm talking about. But thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I think you have really comprehensively responded to some of the issues. Other issues, we hope that we will be getting reports on that, because they are here and there's something that I think that still need more expansion on it. But we are actually appreciating, because possibly the provinces can also assist in the next session that will take place. And I'm just consulting broadly Chairperson and the House Chair and Chief Whip. I think we should go for lunch now and be back at 1:45. if you agree, and then we can continue with the program.
Acceptable on my part, Deputy Chair.
So,
agreed.
Chairperson, thank you, and Honorable Nyambe also. We agree then that it is 12:50 now. Thank you, Honorable Gwenya. We will be back at 12:45. It's half an hour. After that, we will continue with the program. Thank you very much.
Thanks, ma'am. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Danko.
Okay, nithini hambani. Phakathi ku-TV anisangitsheli nina.
Ukuthi.
Mara ngizama nise-snacks ne. Angiziboni, ngibona manje mase ngicishile ukuthi awu kanti ku-TV. Ngitsheli nina.
Gwenya.
Angivalanga kanti. Aphindela.
Yes, please. Thank you very much.
Sir Advocate, angibonanga nokuthi imuno wami uthinte la uvuleka khona. Oh. Yeah, bye.
No, I just took it for granted that it will be Honorable Nyambe. I'm sorry, Chairperson.
No, it's okay.
I just
Chair, if the Chair can just give us 1 minute, we should be ready.
I'm sorry, Chairperson. I think you are ready and you will take over then.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Chair, can I just confirm MEC Kotiwe?
Thank you, sir. I'm in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I think we can proceed, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, so welcome back, everybody.
Recording in progress.
We will now proceed. So the first speaker is going to be Honorable Tigana Kotiwe, MEC from the Eastern Cape. Honorable Kotiwe.
Good afternoon, Chair, the Deputy Chair of the House, honorable members of the House, Deputy Minister, and all representatives from provinces. Chair, community safety is defined as a holistic approach to local peace building.
My apologies, Chair. I'm sorry, MEC, for interruption. Chair, if the Chair may request the MEC to switch on her video.
MEC, I'm sure you got the message. Please proceed. MEC.
Chair.
Please
I'm
proceed.
trying to switch on the video, but it does not allow me, Chair. Can I proceed, Chair?
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Community safety is defined as a holistic approach to local peace building. It requires the cooperation of various stakeholders. It is understood progressively as a multi-agency and community-based strategy guided by the notion of criminal and non-criminal harm reduction that is concerned of the promotion of social good. Community safety is seen as being concerned with people, communities, and organizations, including families, victims, and risk groups, as well as with attempting to reduce particular types of crime and fear of crime. It is the catalyst for all social crime prevention programs within the Eastern Cape in all spheres of government and civil society, targeting crime reduction and moral regeneration. The name change of the department from a safety and liaison to community safety is a refocus of the department to strengthen the department's role as an envisaged in the white paper for safety and security, whereas mandated by the Office of the Premier to coordinate social crime prevention programs within the Eastern Cape. Furthermore, the shift also strengthened the re-established justice, crime prevention and security cluster and the implementation of the provincial safety strategy at provincial, district and local level. The crime prevention and security cluster was re-established and launched in March 2022, which its purpose is as follows: to enable an integrated and coordinated approach to policy formulation and coordination, to combat a silo approach to governance, ensure that departments align their detailed activities within overall government priorities contained in the National Development Plan 2030, the medium-term strategic framework, and other key policy prescripts. Also to enable clusters to drive the implementation of government's program of action as mandated by the Cabinet Makgotla and informed by the NDP and the MTSF. To also identify the disjuncture in policy arising out of implementation and review such policies, and also to monitor and evaluate the implementation of program of action. Social cohesion, safer communities is implemented through multi-agency collaboration between all spheres of government. This collaboration is coordinated through the Provincial Safety Steering Committee led by the Department of Community Safety. The priority recognizes the critical interface between the criminal justice partners, civil society, and socio-economic role players if it is to make a meaningful difference in achieving the end of term target and impact. The Provincial Safety Strategy is overarching crime prevention strategy within the Eastern Cape and is currently in the final stages of review. The review of the Provincial Safety Strategy is a clear indication that in government and society in general, nothing remains static. Our crime patterns, socio-economic conditions, and various other community determinants reflect ongoing change, be it positive or negative. The review of the strategy is further necessitated by new legislation, policy imperatives, restructuring of government clusters so as to improve service delivery and more responsive to serious crimes like gender-based violence and femicide, mass murders in families, increased levels of fraud and corruption, effective border management, and an integrated response to COVID-19 so as to strengthen the Department of Health efforts by ensuring compliance of communities to the disaster management. A further need for the review of provincial safety strategy was development of the integrated crime and violence prevention strategy, which recognizing that, my apologies, Chair. My slide does not move now. I'm trying to correct that. Can you please? Thank you, Chair. On provincial safety strategy, okay, let me move further. The provincial safety strategies is directed by integrated multi-sectoral program of action, which reports to the JCPS cluster. On interventions, we're noting the reduced levels of fraud and corruption in the private and public sector. The functional provincial JCPS clusters forming part of the provincial cluster system. And we have to see improve the security of land, airports of entry, borderline patrols, and the maritime environment. Gender-based violence and femicide provincial strategy implementation, and we have also to improve the security of land, ports of entry, borderlines patrols, and the maritime environment. We have to implement welfare interventions, including an essential minimum psychosocial support services in line with norms and standards, and also implementation of the drug master plan and anti-gang strategy within the Eastern Cape policy oversight to ensure improved accountability and reduction of corruption, and also the prevention of violence and victims empowerment, and also community participation in community safety. Whilst implementation the Safer City model, the Safer City model supports policing through multi-stakeholders collaboration so as to ensure a collective and collaboration approach to crime prevention. The Safer City model promotes a crime-free city to enhance economic development and job creation. Local government is a primary point of contact between the different spheres of the state and communities. The Safer City initiative has been prioritized as one of the critical government intervention that is intended to contribute to economic stimulus package of the country and also act as one of post-COVID-19 crime prevention approaches that support the tourism industry. In 2021, a project plan in terms of a reference were developed for the 2021 financial year. The Safer City model in the Nelson Mandela was not implemented due to political instability in the metro. Recently, a meeting was convened and a work session is scheduled for the 10th of March, 2022 to draft a program of action for the implementation of a safer city model in the Nelson Mandela Metro. In the Buffalo City Metro, a meeting was convened to introduce the safer city model and to establish an interim steering committee. We are undergoing key projects. The first project is the gender-based violence and femicide strategy implementation. The scourge of gender-based violence and femicide continue to show its ugly face in the Eastern Cape, particularly in rural areas where women are killed and or are abused. As the provincial government, a provincial gender-based violence and femicide strategy has been approved, which promotes and strengthens collaboration between the state, civil society, and the private sector. Each of these sectors have a critical role to play, as gender-based violence and femicide is not only a government responsibility, but all the people. And the second project is a project of court watching brief, which is aimed at strengthening and professionalizing the work of criminal justice partners in relation to investigations, convictions, and detention of offenders. Its main aim is to ensure that justice is served to ordinary citizens, particularly those who can't afford legal fees. As part of a pilot project, 200 cases were monitored, and the following are some of the findings. Finding number one, in 6 cases, charges were incorrectly recorded in the charge sheet in Lady Court. 1 of these cases turned out to be a fraud case and 5 were duplicates. In summary, 182 cases were re-enrolled, 16 cases are finalized, 7 cases pending, and 66 cases are on the court roll. Key highlights of the project includes, among others, maximum cooperation with the station and FSC commanders in terms of adhering to deadline as per improvement plans for the projects. The second one, as the province, out of 200 cases monitored, we have achieved 96.8% successfully attainment, and the project of objective where 91% of these cases were re-enrolled and 61.7 were finalized. This was a joint effort between the commanders of the respective stations and the FSC units and SPPS of the relevant courts. Queenstown FSC has managed to secure the following convictions: 2 counts of rape and 1 of housebreaking. Housebreaking, which is 12 years imprisonment. And on the second count, 15 years, on third count, life imprisonment. Rape case, 2 life imprisonment, and rape case at 8 years imprisonment. And on key projects, criminal justice and anti-stock theft forum, we are considering that in 2020, almost 10 police stations, predominantly in the OR Tambo district, were in the top 30 in terms of stock theft cases in South Africa. The department facilitated the establishment of criminal justice task team to promote closer working relations between the national NPA and SAPS, particular stock theft units.
As you move towards closing, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair. Through the OR Tambo Anti-Stock Theft Criminal Justice Task Team, successes were reported, among others, improved successful conviction rate, dedicated prosecutors have been appointed, all stock theft dockets are clearly marked, and before any docket goes to court, it is inspected by the dedicated prosecutors. Some convictions include Tsolo 4 convictions where a total of 60,000 in fines were given, and in Mthatha convictions, a total of 6.5 years improvement. We are working on northern areas, anti-gang strategy, and road freight and logistic industry provincial task team have been established. And also we do have a program on school safety. The Eastern Cape Department of Community Safety continues to make giant strides in the endeavor to combat crime in this province. Yes, there are some challenges, but they are by no means insurmountable, and with our passion to detect, prevent, and protect, driven by
Thank
our
you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MEC.
Thank you.
The next person is going to be MEC W. Bulwane from the Free State. Honorable Bulwane.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Deputy Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, MECs from different provinces, President of SALGA, Honorable Chair, persons of committees, oversight, Honorable members, support, whips, chairpersons of committees, special delegates. Allow me, Chair, to come to the presentation that we have prepared, that we are going to deal with the background elements of the current provincial crime prevention strategy, operational coordination framework, achievement, challenges, and conclusion. The background, Chair, is that since the launch of the National Crime Prevention Strategy in 1996, provinces were expected to develop a provincial strategy about customizing the NCDPS. However, quite sometimes the Free State has been without the provincial crime prevention strategy as a blueprint for crime fighting until 2013. The Free State Provincial Crime Prevention Strategy is a product of the Crime Prevention Summit, which was attended by approximately 550 delegates representing various stakeholders on the 11th up to the 12th of April 2013. Subsequent to the summit, the PCPS was launched on the 11th July 2013 in the Bloomsbury Policing Precinct at an event that was attended by approximately 5,000 community members and VIP that included the previous administration, MECs, local government practitioners, and all other stakeholders. Elements of the current provincial crime prevention strategy. The provincial crime strategy derives its mandate from what you said earlier on your remarks, Chair, on the Chapter 2 of the Constitution of the Republic, which is a cornerstone of our democracy, guarantees the right of all people in the country, including the right to freedom and security of persons. You further went on the NDP, Chair, of which its emphasis that a person's safety is a human right. It's a necessary conditions for human development, improvement, quality of life, a necessary conditions of human development, improving quality of life, enhance productivity. One of the key factors identified by the NDP is an integrated approach to safety and security, which require coordinated, effective from all role players, public sector and civil society, and the latter include revitalized community safety. The Free State Provincial Growth Development Strategy inform and coordinate the allocation of resources across the spectrum based on the provincial development needs and the priorities. Similarities of the NDP and the NCDPS and the FSPGDS all seeks to promote a common vision and basis for common action against all role players. The PCPS is a framework in line with the Free State Development Growth Strategy, which serves as an overarching planning instrument, articulating the development agenda and providing strategic direction for the province with regard to the fight against crime. Both Free State Development Strategy and the Crime Prevention propagates the effective use of scarce resources within the province towards more cost-effective and sustainable solution with addressing the real cause of issues. Also, the local municipalities constitute an integral part of the provincial crime prevention strategy. The municipality has constitutional imperative to give attention to fighting crime. Section 52D in Chapter 7 of the Constitution stipulates that one of the objectives of local government is to promote a safe and healthy environment. Municipalities are expected to be driving force behind community safety forums using local crime prevention strategies. The extent, strategy, and mechanism a local government adopted should be based on a local crime prevention priorities and should preferably within the pillars, within the 4 pillars of the framework of crime prevention. The primary goal of the objective of this crime prevention strategy is to reduce levels of crime in the province, reduce gender-based violence, sexual offense, and levels of crime against vulnerable groups, women, children, people with disability, improve the effectiveness of the justice system, give special attention to fraud and corruption, improve rural safety and the border security, ensure that effectiveness and sustainable policing services to build a social cohesion for community safety net and positive moral values, give special attention to youth development program in countering gangsterism and satanism. The Free State crime prevention generators are as follows: liquor outlets, drugs outlets, unlicensed bazaar shop, prostitution, influx of illegal nationals, illicit mining in Velcom in particular, as Amazamas, gangsterism, unmarked stock, preferable firearm, informal settlement. Special focus crime, gender-based violence, sexual offense, rape, and murder. Assault with intention to do grievously bodily harm, stock theft. Special areas that need attention is participation on youth against crime, rural safety, community participation and safety, moral regeneration, human trafficking, and gangsterism. We have coordinators of these strategies. The achievement chair, the achievement integrated implementation plan for crime prevention strategy was developed and implemented with most of the key performance areas being achieved, such as awareness program on human trafficking, stock theft, agent, gangsterism, and drugs. Important dates such as the 16 days of activism, violence against women and children, Youth Month, Women's Month, AIDS Day, etc. Commemorations accordingly. A Youth Crime Prevention Summit was convened in Youth Crime Prevention Strategy, was developed and is being implemented, although was limited access. The main challenge was around the economic development has just come out on board. The province youth strategy was considered the best by SAPS and the national, and the province were encouraged to benchmark with other provinces. Originally, 14 priority communities were later comprised into 5, were established as implementation and committees of this strategy, and these are functional and report to the Prof. Job. But there are challenges on these committees. I'm not going to go through them, Chair, because of your time. The challenge is that since the launch of the strategy, most sectors, departments show commitment to the PCPS, although some are still struggling to incorporate their KPIs of the implementation plan of strategy into their annual performance. Some lead departments still regard the Department of Police, Roads and Transport and SAPS as the main role players in crime prevention matters and do not take initiatives where they are supposed to. Yeah, over the time checking that the police and the department, they are the ones that are supposed to deal with issues of. Some departments continue to plan in isolation and only invite other role players to be guests at the activities. A lot of collaboration work among sector departments taking place operational level, however, reporting to their platform is a challenge. Roll-out of CSF to all municipalities in the province is still a challenge. In conclusion, Chair, the strategy is a product of collaborative efforts and fostering a joint planning towards ensuring integrated and coordinated approach in dealing with effective and the causes on the impact of crime in the province. Until the outbreak of COVID-19, 2020, the provincial crime statistics suggested that the strategy was effective, minimizing crime such as was a downwards spiral, certain categories of crime. However, in the current financial year, 3/4 state presented thus far showed the disturbing picture of some crime categories are going up. The fact that there are crimes at all.
Your time is up, Honorable MEC.
Okay, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Yes.
The Chief Whip here, I'm raising the matter, Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of the Whippery and the House, that the MECs should follow the example of the Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Castle Matale. Even under difficult circumstances, he showed face. We are asked here as the National Council of Provinces by broadcasting houses. They are recording this session. It is live for purposes of quality reporting and news coverage. All MECs that are presenting are requested to show their faces. Otherwise, this defeats the purpose of communicating effectively, and it really impacts on the recording houses. It's only the face of the chair that is always on TV, even whilst the chair is not speaking. So this is not in order. We appeal really to the MECs to accordingly help us to achieve the intended purpose. We're dealing with a very important matter here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip. Yeah, I'm sure the point is noted. We'll move on to Honorable Faith Mazibugo from Gauteng, MEC.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity to be able to present to the House in response to the National Crime Prevention Strategy that has been tabled earlier by the Deputy Minister Matale. According to the NCPS, government regards the prevention of crime as a national priority. It recognizes the causes of crime are deep-rooted and related to the history and socio-economic realities of society. For this reason, a comprehensive strategy must go beyond providing only effective policing. It must also provide for the mobilization and participation of civil society in assisting to address crime. And the NCPS also require the development of wider responsibility for crime prevention and a shift in emphasis from reactive crime control, which deploys most resources towards responding after crimes have already been committed, towards proactive crime prevention aimed at preventing crime from occurring at all in our areas. That is the summary from the NCPS. As the Gauteng Department of Community Safety and as the Gauteng Provincial Government, what we normally do in addressing crimes, the measures that we've put in place, is that we also host quarterly review sessions with law enforcement agencies where crime statistics were one aspect of determining if crime was being addressed and the performance of law enforcement agencies was monitored. The department ensured that the CPF structures were established and encouraged SAPS at station level to include CPF members in the SCPF meetings, which is your meetings that are actually held at the station level, where crime in the precinct was discussed and joint measures implemented. We're also ensuring that CPFs develop safety plans that focus on the needs of a specific community, so that then police do not just police us in one blanket mechanism, when in actual fact our crime is actually different. Development and implementation of the Gauteng safety strategy through the Take Charge campaign, and implementation of the social crime prevention interventions, including the execution of the safety audits in communities that are ravaged by crime. The establishment of youth desks, men as safety promoters, women as safety promoters, and the formalization of the patroller program, thus encouraging communities' participation in the fight against crime. The formation and launch of the GPV brigades to deal with the scourge of gender-based violence, reclaiming the night program against gender-based violence, and establishment of the provincial coordinator to drive the gender-based violence programs in Gauteng. We also held crime summits in various areas towards the development and implementation of these localized community safety plans. We also purchased and deployed kiosks to enhance service delivery so that then communities can report crime more easily and within a walking distance. We also purchased and deployed mobile police stations to enhance the reporting of crime and service delivery. As the Gauteng Provincial Government also, we purchased 100 high-performance vehicles with cutting-edge technology for SAPS, for them to actually improve police visibility and response time. We also deployed patrollers in conjunction with the provincial board and the SAPS during the festive season at hotspots and transport nodes and at malls as a force multiplier, and also the deployment of patrollers at schools to also minimize the vandalization of infrastructure. We also deployed patrollers at PRASA sites to minimize crime at the stations. Safety tips are also provided on social media platforms. School safety programs also to address gangsterism, bullying, and substance abuse. In addition, we do have prison tours where we undertake to dissuade scholars from getting involved in criminal activities. As the department, through the initiatives cited previously, we have also attempted to build a multi-agency approach to crime prevention and control in recognition that a collaborative stance will yield results. This includes formation partnerships with civil society organizations, NGOs, faith-based organizations, the entertainment industry, sports bodies, and Izinduna. In addition, the department has consistently given inputs into the IDPs of municipalities. And the Gauteng Intergovernmental Safety Coordinating Committee, chaired by myself, together working with MECs of public safety in the various municipalities, the provincial commissioner, the chief of police in attendance, deal with matters pertinent to crime prevention and control. We also do have programs where we always monitor and check on the work that we are doing in the Gauteng provincial government. We call it deliverology. Now, deliverology means instruction to deliver. This is what we basically do in Gauteng and ensure that we foster crime prevention, control measures, and be able to work on that. The UKMLAO operations in Gauteng have a multi-agency approach with the SAPS as the lead agency, together with the Metropolitan Police Departments, the Gauteng Traffic, Home Affairs, PRASA also are always in attendance, and correctional services. They all boost and make their presence felt. Premier also does come time and again in these coordinated efforts. The Gauteng 5-year policing plan is a further attempt to obtain a multi-agency approach to address crime generators. And as the Gauteng provincial government, we are busy establishing a war room on crime, so that then this war room, together with the command center, they will pave the way for a paradigm shift to deal with community safety efforts with an emphasis on improving public safety at road level, strengthening partnerships towards elimination of the gender-based violence and femicide, and improve policing through an efficient and effective integrated work that will have been done. In this instance, we're also partnering with security companies in ensuring that they bring on board their technology, so that then the various municipalities, through their CCTV cameras, the drones, and on the toll roads, we also do have cameras. All this cutting edge technology is able to come together in ensuring that we create a safe and a peaceful Gauteng. Thank you very much, National Chairperson of the Council of Provinces, for giving us an opportunity to be able to present our take as Gauteng. Thank you, Yabo.
No, Tina, thank you very much. The next speaker is going to be MEC Nping Onyeni from KwaZulu Natal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Deputy Minister, President of SALGA, MECs present, Chief Whips of all the whips that are present in this meeting. Good afternoon to you all, honorable members. I will run through the table of contents as we will be outlining our presentation as KwaZulu Natal. We'll start by introductions and generation. What are the generations or generators of crime, and crime reduction programs that we are busy implementing, and successes as we are working together in the JCPS cluster? What are the key priorities for the period of 2022-2023 financial year, and the new programs that we have now introduced, and recommendations that might be looked at by honorable members. Regarding the introduction, we wish to indicate that KwaZulu-Natal province is inundated with fighting against various categories of crime, which are most of them peculiar to our province. Like for instance, we don't believe that there is any other province that is inundated with a crime related to the killing of traditional leaders, your Amakhosis and Izinduna. Of course, the conflicts in the taxi industry is also a cause for concern for us. The political killings, there are many councillors who have been assassinated in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. We are dealing with that as well in the JCPS cluster. Extortions that are perpetrated by the so-called business forums at construction and mining sites in the province. Of course, there are various other categories of crimes that you are dealing with, like your drug dealing, gender-based violence and femicide, human trafficking, contact crimes, many categories of contact crimes, and also crime in the freight and logistics industry. Regarding the generators of crime, we wish to indicate that there are socio-economic conditions that might be regarded as the causal factors of the escalation of crime in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Like for instance, we are seeing a situation, we're observing a situation whereby there is an influx of undocumented foreign nationals in the province, and also the issue of porous borders. We believe that is also a contributory factor in the escalation of crime. Homelessness, there are people who are still homeless, whom you would find on the streets of KwaZulu-Natal cities, metro in particular, and in other towns. We still have street children which is an issue of collaboration with other government departments like your social development, the unemployment rate, which is quite high, of course, corruption and fraud that is occurring, dysfunctional families and relationships, child-headed households. We still have child-headed households, and alcohol and substance abuse. And regarding the spatial design or environmental design, Honorable Chairperson, we wish to indicate that there is an increase of informal settlements in our province. We also see a lot of dilapidated and vacant buildings, poor lighting in other areas like your Inanda. I'm mentioning Inanda area because it has just been mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Police, who was indicating that Inanda is #1 area where there is huge escalation of crime. And of course, we are busy implementing a various number of programs. I must indicate, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, that we are working very well with the South African Police Service officers who are led by Lieutenant General Mkwanazi, who is our newly appointed Provincial Commissioner. We do receive updates on all categories of crime. And I must also indicate that the programs that have been established are bearing fruit. Perhaps if I may just indicate that during the previous 3 financial years, as we are making a comparison, the province recorded a total of 213,517 cases for the 17 community reported serious crimes for the period of 10 months of 2019-2020, whilst the 2,678 cases were also recorded during the same period for the financial year 2021-2022, which actually indicates a decrease of 6%. And in all crime categories, conduct crimes continue to show an increase, specifically that of murder, attempted murder, and trio crimes, which are car hijacking, house robbery, and business robberies. The underperformance in respect of crimes dependent on police action for detection was noted during the periods of 2019-2020 and also during the period of 2020-2021. However, an improvement was also noted in the current financial year, whereby an increase of a decrease of 4.4% has been recorded. The province is in a process of implementing its turnaround strategy, which was actually adopted in October 2019, in order to address the high levels of crimes which were on increase during the current, during that particular financial year. And the implementation of the strategy yielded a reduction in the levels of crime for the period of October 2019 to March 2020, where a decrease of 2.2% was recorded when compared to the same period in the previous year. Noting the positive impact of the turnaround strategy, the provincial management of the South African Police Service decided to continue with the implementation of the strategy. And of course, we see a very positive outcome. As the Department of Community Safety and Liaison, we also introduced a program which is referred to as Operation Vala at the identified problematic stations during the year 2020-2021, which yielded a reduction in the levels of crime. However, that particular program was interrupted during the period whereby COVID-19 pandemic regulations had to be introduced. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, regarding the politically related cases, we wish to indicate that there were 259 politically related cases that were reported, with 68 that are still under investigation, 51 court going, 6 awaiting prosecutor's decision, and 6 were withdrawn, and 128 have since been finalized. And 296 suspects were arrested and charged, while 78 suspects are still in custody, and 35 are on bail, 13 are deceased, 10 the Section 204 witnesses, and 81 were released in court, and 30 were found not guilty, and 46 were found guilty and convicted. Of the 46 accused found guilty, 31 are for murder, 13 for intimidation, 1 for extortion, and 1 for malicious damage to property, with sentences ranging as followed: life sentences, about 10 for the 10 accused, 10 to 50 years for 22 accused, 1 to 9 years for 11 accused. Honorable Chairperson, I wish to indicate that we are very, very worried as the provincial leadership of KwaZulu-Natal about the killing of Amakosi and Izinduna. The total number of reported cases for attacks of Amakosi and Izinduna were 43, whereby 13 Amakosi were attacked and murdered, and 30 Izinduna were also attacked. The charges, of course, there are people who, criminals who were charged, and 38 cases of murder of Amakosi and 28 for Izinduna, and 2 cases for attempted murders. As I am talking to you right now, Honorable Chairperson, there is one Inkosi that has actually disappeared. He was kidnapped in the area of Kwanyuswa, and the police are working very hard in order for them to find the whereabouts of Inkosi Ngobo of Kwanyuswa tribal area. 25 suspects were arrested and charged in 14 cases, and 14 are in custody and 9 out of bail. And of course, the province working together with the traditional authorities is working very hard to ensure that we keep this sketch that is escalating in the province. A provincial task team was established to investigate these cases consisting of 12 members. They are working very, very hard, Honorable Chairperson. Regarding the taxi-related violence, there is a total of 36 reported cases, and 14 suspects were arrested and charged and are still in custody, and 6 cases went to court, and 1 case pending prosecutor's decision, and 5 cases are still court going, and 30 cases are under investigations. Honorable Chairperson, we strongly believe that working with Santaco, we will be able to actually curb with the escalation of this violence that is perpetrated in the taxi industry. Regarding the extortion in construction and mining sites, there is a total of 51 extortion cases that has been reported in construction sites and in mining sites around the areas of Richards Bay and Tuba and Okuko, where we are mining coal, aluminium. We've got a number of mineral resources. So Gauteng should not claim as if they are the only province that has got mineral resources, Honorable Chairperson. Okay, 17 suspects were arrested and charged. 5 are still in custody and 7 out of bail, and 5 cases were withdrawn. 8 cases went to court, 4 cases were withdrawn, and 1 case was closed as a false case.
I'll give you a minute to conclude.
In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, we are also inundated with cases of gender-based violence and femicide, and working together as the JCPS cluster, we are trying to deal with all those issues. There are issues of resources that are not there, Honorable Chairperson, and dilapidated police stations. We are working very hard together with the police commissioner to ensure that something is done, thereby engaging even the National Department of Public Works. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you very much to all honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. For this session, the last speaker is going to be Honorable Honorable M. Lerule Ramakanya from Limpopo. Honorable Lerule Ramakanya.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to yourself, the Chairperson of the NCOP. Let me also take this opportunity to greet the Deputy Chair and also all the members in the House of the NCOP. Also, let me greet the SALGA representatives and also our Deputy Minister who's with us in the platform, and all our members who are with us in the platform. Chairperson, we want to start by saying that crime is a threat to economic growth, and more often it creates instability and instills fears amongst community members. Business cannot thrive in a place where crime is prevalent and very little is done to combat the ills. The disruption caused by crime have serious social and economic impact, hence the need for a bold move to drastically reduce crime by the year 2030. Chairperson, we are presenting that Limpopo is a unique province with its own challenges, and our crime prevention strategy is designed to deal with key pressing issues that have been identified as a threat to peace and stability in the province. The province is vastly rural, with 80% being rural communities. The rural communities are divided into two segments: the people living under traditional leadership and the people living under farming communities. The last census, as we know that now we are in the new census, report revealed that the province accounts to just 5 million people. There are currently 99 police stations and about 43 satellite stations to service the entire community. Our police are overstretched, and it is always strenuous to attend to all the public needs. The uniqueness of the province, Chair, as I alluded to earlier, has prompted us to focus on 6 key themes as a way of tackling crime. The strategy is focusing on 1, rural safety. The strategy is focusing on social fabric crime, trans-border and organized crime, community policing, situational crime prevention, and improving the criminal justice system. For us as the province to achieve what I've just mentioned, a multifaceted approach will be very key in addressing the identified pillars amid at reducing the high crime statistics. We are dealing with the issues at the JCPS cluster level to ensure that all key stakeholders are on board and they individually play their role. I may not dwell on all of them because of time constraints, Chair, but let me cite rural safety, community policing, trans-border, and organized crime as the most and fundamental and urgent. Under rural safety and community policing, majority of our people are based in rural areas. That is where most contact crime, such as rape, assault, GBH, and murder are recorded. The strategy is outlining possible measures that can be taken to address the ills. Most of the crime reported in rural areas are first heard and attended by traditional leaders, pastors, social workers. The rural safety pillar is empowering the local leadership to manage most of the issues brought to the attention and to escalate where subs is needed. Traditional leaders and healers are very useful to start with, as many of the crimes are disorder problems that occur in their communities and are brought to their attention without necessarily being reported to the police or other authorities. By creating protocols, share information, and working together with this interest group, the province is able to get a clearer picture of the less mainstream crimes and disorder problems that are occurring in the province. And we are able, Chairperson, to work together with the traditional leaders to give practical and useful advice to communities where the need arises. There is a need to involve farmers and farm workers in forums that both allow for the identification of crime affecting them and the opportunity to interrogate and understand the cause of these problems to bring about a long-term solution. Chairperson, I should also indicate that the concept of sector policing is assisting in this regard. Sector policing is the division of the area into smaller manageable sectors which involve the assignment of police to a particular sector, which encourages regular patrols and increased contact with members of the local community. The sector police will work very closely with our safety structures like your CPF, your CSF, neighborhood watch, farm watches, and street committees. We are encouraged by the commitment of our volunteers and the community in blue, who are the first contact point and ground forces to fight crime. We are currently having 728 CPF volunteers in Limpopo, and the number excludes the sub-forums in different villages, farms, and townships. This is coupled with 35 district forums as an additional 1,350 street patrollers. Most of the success that SAPS is reporting in the province is a result of the commitment of the volunteers. Chairperson, we have a rural safety action plan to place and to serve as a guideline to guarantee that there is reduction in crime. The plan seeks to ensure the safety of farming communities in the province. It seeks to ensure that the employment of immigrants by farmers is controlled and regulated, improved access to criminal justice for rural communities and farm workers, improve investigation and management to stop theft, curb the theft of metal and electricity cable, regulation of liquor, selling and trading hours, public campaigns to discourage mob justice. Chairperson, some of the issues that I've highlighted, you will know that as Limpopo, we suffer more on mob justice. On the trans-border and organized crime, Chairperson, I've indicated earlier that Limpopo is unique and a gateway to SADC countries. We have two main ports of entry, the Bedbridge border and Groblersdorp border, which is in Lephalale. They link us with Zimbabwe and in the north, and also Botswana in the west. The challenges at the vicinity of our borders are well documented, and we are always combat ready to deal with the cross-border crimes. We are employing a multifaceted approach with all the JCPS cluster departments on board to deal with crimes such as illegal crossing, transportation of illicit goods, explosive, armed robbery, and theft, to name the few. Our continuous success is in combating crime around the border is impressive, as the request for additional resources to deal with the identified weakness will come in very handy. Chair, it is because of our crime prevention strategy that we were able to reduce the smuggling of counterfeit goods and illicit cigarettes through our borders. Most of the suspects are arrested on our major roads during our routine multidisciplinary operation. We'll continue with our joint operations to ensure that we eradicate crime at the vicinity of the borders and on all of our roads in the province. Chairperson, this is just a summary of the high level and strategic level on our prevention strategy, provincial crime prevention strategy, and we are working very closely with the local government structures with all the necessary support from all the stakeholders involved. I have no doubt that as a province, together with our stakeholders, SAPS will be able to have a crime-free province. I thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Lerule. So that brings us to the end of this session. Same approach, presentation by MECs, is going to be chaired by Honorable Nyambi, House Chairperson, Committees and Oversight. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Ntate Masondo. Greetings, MEC, colleagues, Deputy Chair, House Chair. We are continuing with the briefing on provincial and municipal measures to address crime and building a coordinated approach to crime prevention and control as correctly outlined by Ntate Masondo. And now call the Honorable MEC VR Shongwe from Mpumalanga Province. Honorable V.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity and greet you as a presiding officer and all other presiding officers that are working with you. Then also the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, as well as the colleagues in the cabinet who might be part of this. My colleagues are MECs and honorable members of the NCOP. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity and greet all of you. Chairperson, it is indeed an honor and a privilege to take part in this debate. A high level of crime poses a serious threat to our emerging democracy. Violent crime often leads to a tragic loss of lives, injury, and the loss of positions of their livelihoods. Crime results in the deprivation of rights and dignity of citizens and poses a threat to peaceful resolution of difference and rightful participation of all democratic processes, Honorable Chairperson. And I must say, Chairperson, without a waste of time, that it also instills fears to our different communities. And it also prevents, rightful people who want to invest in our province and in our country. So we want to take this opportunity and make sure that we encourage our investors by making the environment to be conducive for them to be able to invest, Honorable Chairperson. And you see, the National Crime Prevention Strategy is, however, based on an ongoing program of action which is being implemented across the provinces. In our case, the following program of actions are implemented, Honorable Chair and members. And I must say, before I come to my programs, Honorable Chairperson, to say that as different provinces, all of us, the 9 of us, the crime prevention strategy is a platform for us not to compete, to make sure that all of us are dealing with crime decisively in the same approach, not to behave like a false start, Mpumalanga, and so on. And I want to say, in our province, we have a school safety program where we are visiting schools, fighting bullying, amongst our learners, as well as making sure that unexpectedly we visit school and check for any illegal, weapons, drugs, and whatever that might be part of our schools in the province. And I think the majority of you have seen us in action on that particular space. And we are continuing and make sure. And the reason behind, Honorable Chairperson and members, is that our schools in the country are now a nest of criminals. Criminals are using our learners, and they are sometimes using our educators, to be transport of illegal, illicit drugs, you name it, and everything. So that is why in Mpumalanga, we have that particular program that we are doing it jointly with Department of Education and other departments that are working with us. We've also introduced traditional policing in our province, In terms of traditional policing, we apply collaboration and consultative approach with traditional authorities to address issues of crime, safety, and security in our communities. Furthermore, the traditional authorities are part of all programs that as a department and its stakeholders implement on crime prevention. We also have a program of whistleblowers that we are together with SAPS as Mpumalanga, making sure that we protect them like Ikali Zamantungo chairperson, in making sure that they are encouraged to give us information from time to time. We are doing also a physical policing where we visit all taverns and other hotspots in our province under the program called Overall Friday. Overall Friday entails your visiting of taverns, your roadblocks, police visibility, you know, and all other things that you might find to be on the wrong side of the law. A policy and a police strategy in our province is that ensuring that officers are safe inside and outside their police station, and make sure that we have a communication through radio communication, you know, your faces, CCTVs, alarms, and all other necessary equipments that might, in terms of IT, assist us in making sure that our police and our people are safe in our different areas. And I must say to you, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, just to give you few of our successes as a Mpumalanga. We were able, you know, when the station commander of El Guatin, you'll remember that he was killed by criminals. And I must tell you, without any fear or favor, that 8 of those criminals, as I'm speaking, are behind bars. And we had also a killing of a police in the Malahleni, who was part of the TRT unit. And I can tell you without any fear or favor that 3 of those criminals are inside the custody, which also includes a woman. And I must say also, they tried to rob the pension money in Ulwatini, and all 3 of those suspects were arrested. In Kamerefir this morning, we were able to arrest a number of criminals that tried to rob a garage there, and we have confiscated a number of firearms ranging from R5s up to pistols. So we also have a program in Mpumalanga that is working together with our communities that says Wabulali Poisa, Wabulali Mpagati. We are saying we are mobilizing community to be part and parcel of our people that are making sure that our security agencies, all of them, police, traffic officers, judges, and everyone that is part of our cluster is protected by, you know, our communities. This morning, Honorable Chairperson and members of the committee, they've tried in Falkras, in one of our towns in Falkras, to rob a furniture shop. And I can tell you 2 criminals were arrested there, and we were able to confiscate 2 cars. So we are making sure that our police are visible in every corner of Mpumalanga with the little resources that we have. We are also using the tool of information and communication, which I think is very much powerful, you know, to communicate with our people and to give information to our people and make sure that we have Zimbizo or to interact with our people from time to time and educate them about the wrongness of crime and to be involved in criminal activities, including their own, you know, young ones. We also engage in issue of, say, tourism safety. We're talking with business people, those that are responsible for tourism in our province. You'll remember that our province is boasting your Kruger National Park, is boasting your God's Window, it's boasting your 3 rondavels, it's boasting your number of beautiful areas where tourists like to come and visit our province. So we are making sure that those people are safe in our province. And when that criminal element manifests itself, we work together with every stakeholders in making sure that we nip them as early as possible. And we are going to work tirelessly, Honorable Chairperson, and we want to say to you, with the little time that you have afforded us, 10 minutes is not enough to articulate all my programs. You know exactly in our province, you are hailing from this province. You know that I have I'm a Perete Lawabovu from the traffic officers. Some of the critics try to say that we are militarizing them, but the majority of our people are very happy about them. And we will be relaunching them again very soon. We're just mobilizing all the necessary resources. You know, crime, whether you call it a South African police services or you call it a police, the bottom line, crime is crime. It does not know any color, any politics, any political affiliation, or any person, whether you are black, pink, or green. When the crime is there, it's there, and it must be pushed, and it must be pushed hard. You can't be a mfundis and go and pray when somebody is carrying an AK-47 doing a heist in a particular area and say, no, because we are police services, we will approach those criminals with, you know, soft hands and pray that they give you their illegal firearms. They will kill you. The issue of praying is a responsibility of Abafundis, not Amapoisa. So the gender-based violence issue is one matter that we are dealing with, and our Honorable Premier, Mamri Philo, is central to that particular program. And we're making sure that as the Department of Community Safety, Security and Licensing, we're leaving no stone unturned. And we're saying to everyone, and everyone must assist in making sure that what is happening inside some of the houses where police cannot go in, people must report quickly to the police and security agencies. And if they are afraid to go and report to the police, they must go to Amakosi, they must go to Abafundisi, they must go to political leaders, and they must go to whoever that is holding a reputable authority in their area and report those ugly things that are happening today. In a nutshell, Honorable Chairperson, don't want to waste your time. I know that I only have 10 minutes. I could have shared with you and members a lot what we're doing in Mpumalanga. But in a nutshell, what are the message I want to share also with my colleagues is that let us not compete. Let us share good practices amongst ourselves. Crime does not know of any province. Crime does not know of any country. Crime does not know whether you are coming from the neighboring country like Mozambique and Swaziland and so on. A crime is crime. You can't define it in any way, and you can't treat it with glove, with the hands or the gloves in your hands. That is it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable VR. I hope the Chief Whip was listening, because every time I always say I'm from the beautiful province. And when the sun rises, people work harder. And now you confirm that Mpumalanga is indeed beautiful. I now invite Honorable MEC N. Bloom from Northern Cape. Honorable MEC Bloom.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, all MECs from the other neighboring provinces, the President of SALGA, every delegate present in the House, I greet you this afternoon. The Department of Transport and Safety and Liaison is heeding government's call for a safe and secure South Africa. It continues to work closely with the South African police services as well as communities through the various community structures, namely the community policy forums and community safety forums, to address the levels of crime in the province. Now, the Crime Prevention Strategy 2020 has continued to set the direction for reducing crime and the antisocial behavior that goes against the values espoused in the Constitution. School safety assessments at police stations are critical in the province in ensuring that not only our schools safe, but that the South African police services are playing the supportive role that they are required to play. Crime prevention must be understood as collaborative approaches that depend upon a participation and involvement of a wide array of stakeholders and law enforcement agencies. Chairperson, I won't get too much into the presentation. I'm having the table of contents. Now, the purpose of this presentation is to present the Northern Cape Provincial Crime Prevention Strategy 2020 to address crime and build a coordinated approach to crime prevention and control. Now, Chairperson, introduction. The Department of Transport and Safety, in leading the fight against crime and building alliances with communities, businesses, stakeholders, and relevant role players to build a safe and secure province where inhabitants are safe, and then all our interventions are informed by our integrated provincial crime prevention strategy 2030. Now, this strategy, since it was compiled during the year 2018, and it was also sent, or it involves the stakeholders, all stakeholders that are relevant. Now we are having a provincial profile in the Northern Cape. One, we are having the misuse of alcohol, which are the drugs, which is the main contributor towards crime, especially in contact crimes. Majority of the cases of contact crimes are the victims and perpetrators are known to each other. Sometimes they are even family members, umalume, utata, ubuti. Now in the Northern Cape, there's a very young population, has been having a very young population, and youth unemployment is very high. Now 61.4% of the suspects arrested for contact crimes during the years 2015-2016 financial period was in the age group of 10 to 29. Now we are having the approach regarding the crime prevention in the province. Now our strategy is based on the understanding of crime prevention, which includes the strategies and measures that seek to reduce the risk of crimes occurring and their potential harmful effects on individuals and in the society, including fear of crime, by intervening to influence their multiple causes. Now, it is the attempt to reduce and determine crime or to deter it and criminal behavior in partnership with our communities. Now, we are having an approach to the strategies of us in the Northern Cape. Now, we are having 4 areas in the provincial strategy. 1 is our community safety partnership. 2 is our anti-substance abuse. 3, the prevention of violence with specific reference on vulnerable groups. 4 is the prevention of fraud and corruption. 5 is the improved criminal justice system. Now, coming to the community safety partnerships, our community police forums. As part of the community policing strategy, the country or the Community in Blue campaign was launched. In the Northern Cape, the following were launched. On the 21st of September 2019, 2 districts have already been launched, which is the Francis Bart on the 1st of November 2021, ZF Mkau, the 21st of November. The Pixley Kaseme and John Talo Haisewe will be launched soon regarding the Community in Blue. Now, community partnerships, Community in Blue patrollers throughout the province was launched as part of support and assistance to keeping our communities safe. Training for structures was provided to CPFs of both the Namakwa and the Francis Baard region. So the training will also be rolled out to those 3 other districts still to be launched. Now, progress made. The province has currently 4 community policing safety forums in Ubuntu Municipality, Mtanjeni, Karieber, and in the Sianyuma. The Solplaiki Safer City Project, which is a CSF, will be launched in the financial year 2022-23 as plans ahead to present the council the importance of implementing the structure to ensure the safety of our CBD, which is the Central Business District. Now, the progress that is made in the anti-substance abuse. So sustainable anti-substance abuse projects were implemented in line with the 5 provincial integrated social crime prevention programs. Now, during the first 3 quarters of the financial year 2021-22 financial year, the focus was on the following: the youth crime prevention campaign, debating peer pressure and alcohol abuse, knock and drop awareness campaigns for focusing on anti-alcohol abuse, 3 walk and talk awareness campaign, engaging communities on negative effects of alcohol abuse and engaging communities regarding morality versus alcohol abuse. Now, sustainable gender-based violence and femicide projects were implemented in line with the 5 provincial integrated social crime prevention programs. Now, during the first 3 quarters of the financial year 2021-22, the focus was on stop violence against children, youth, and women projects, which were implemented to address the high scourge of violence in the province. These projects include the following: children's dialogue on children's rights, that is the topic, it should not hurt to be a child. Now, progress regarding prevention of violence, puppet shows, children talk about substance abuse, gender-based violence and domestic violence, children made aware of negative effects of gender-based violence on them through drama plays, youth debates focus on teenage pregnancy, violence-free societies, and awareness and education on effects of substance abuse. Now, the Office of the Premier chairs the Provincial Anti-Fraud and Corruption Forum in the province of the Northern Cape. The forum coordinates preventative programs of departments in prevention, fraud, and corruption. Now, improved criminal justice in the Northern Cape, the progress thus far. The Provincial Development Committee coordinates the integrated criminal justice system. The committee is spearheaded by the regional manager of the Department of Justice. Currently, the acting regional head takes responsibility for the functionality of the committee going forward. Now, under monitoring evaluation of outputs that is done quarterly through interdepartmental reporting on outcome, which is outcome 3, to the Department of Transport, Safety and Liaison. Now, evaluation deals with the ultimate outcome and success of the strategy. It focuses on the achievement of the promised services to the community by improving the community's perception on safety. Community surveys are conducted to evaluate the ultimate impact of the strategy. Now, Chairperson, in conclusion, the Northern Cape Provincial Crime Prevention Strategy 2030 approach to crime prevention outlines the provincial government's commitment in contributing towards the National Development Plan 2030 in building safer communities. Now, it recognizes that all has a role to play in the prevention of crime and guides an integrated partnership approach in dealing with social decay and crime in ensuring community safety, also by working with the most rural areas in the province. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MSc Bloom from Northern Cape. Thank you. I now invite, thank you. I now invite Honorable MSc J.S. Lehari from Northwest Province. Honorable MSc Lehari.
Malibongwe.
Kamala Bakuzika.
Honorable MSc Lehari.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Ministers of Police and Deputy, Honorable Deputy, Honorable MECs present here, Honorable Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Delegate Secretary of the NCOP, good afternoon. Let me thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Minister, for this opportunity and Chairperson of the session. This is to brief the National Council of Provinces, Provincial Legislature and the South African Local Government, SALGA, on the progress made in implementing the National Crime Prevention Strategy by the Northwest Province. Honorable Chair, the National Crime Prevention Strategy was developed to assist government in addressing crime in a coordinated manner. 1, government agencies and civil society to contribute resources towards addressing crime. 2, by mobilizing communities to participate in crime prevention initiative. 3, facilitating effective crime prevention programs at provincial and local level. 4, and increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of the criminal justice processes. 5, addressing priority-driven crimes. And 6, dealing with transitional crime and border control. In support of the above, the province can report some progress and activities which are implemented in realization of pillars of the National Crime Prevention Strategy. Implementing the court washing brief program, implementing crime prevention through environmental design programs, intensified prevention of gender-based violence against vulnerable groups programs, GBV, supporting and funding community structures to encourage and strengthen their fight against crime, and created employment by appointing community safety patrollers across the province through the extended public works program. Chairperson, we have a court watching program which aims at increasing the efficiency and effectiveness of the criminal justice process. This program seeks to promote professional policing and reducing the number of service delivery complaints received and investigated by the department as a result of police inefficiencies. The program will also assist in alleviating the workload of the courts and ensuring that cases are not remanded unnecessarily. This approach will also reduce pressure on police detention cells and that of correctional services, because if a case is remanded due to failure of the side of the subs, some suspects are returned back to custody. The program is currently implemented at magistrate court and is achieving its intended objective, as many gaps are identified, such as 1, failure by the investigating officer to comply with the instruction of the prosecutor. 2, matter removed from the role due to incomplete investigations. And 3, impacting the accused's right to a speedy trial and witnesses' statement not obtained. In fighting priority crimes, the subs have 2 programs. 1, visible policing and operations, which is responsible for proactive and partnership policing, and detective services, crime intelligence, and forensic, which are charged with reactive policing. These divisions are responsible for the planning and monitoring of operational plans, which would establishment, coordination, and management of the different crime combating structures. These structures include the Provincial Crime Combating Forums, and priority committees like rural safety. The focus is to deal with stock theft, wildlife crimes, including rhino, poaching, illicit mining, cash in transit, extortion, and corruption. Once a particular crime threat or pattern is identified, the subs focus on root cause as well as hotspot analysis, which informs the combination of intelligence-led operations. Through this analysis and guided by the National Crime Prevention Strategy, the National Development Plan, the National Community Policing Strategy, the subs also embark on a joint law enforcement and multi-agency operations under the coordination of the Prof joints. In addressing crime through environmental design, the province is collaborating with municipalities and other key role players to eliminate identified crime hotspots. These hotspots are where crime like rape, robbery, murder, market for stolen goods, and substance abuse are taking place. Activities included, but not limited to clearing of bushes, house numbering, and erecting crime information boards in identified areas. In the 2016-2017 financial year, the province installed 22 CCTV cameras in the Mafike, the capital city, with the aim of deterring crime. The province will continue in the maintenance of these cameras. As part of assisting with development of local crime prevention strategies, the province has embarked on the establishment of community safety forums at district and local municipalities. In ensuring continuous engagement, technical minimum are held on regular basis. Transnational crimes are covered by the subs and organized crime working with both regional and international policing agencies. As a province, we are also encouraging communities to participate in crime prevention. The crime prevention initiatives include implementing programs and work in partnership with other key stakeholders. The programs that we have implemented include, among others, the following: prevention of gender-based violence against women. These activities include peaceful marches, community dialogue, engagement, school presentation, and door-to-door activities. We are also using media campaigns and participation in joint law enforcement operations. In enhancing safety of communities, the province further distributed and installed household safety gadgets and handheld personal safety alarm to identify vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities, child-headed household, and the elderly. Other crime prevention activities, school safety program, rural safety, anti-property theft, and anti-dangerous weapons programs, campaigns against substance abuse. In ensuring participation of civil society and community-based structures, the province has supported these structures to implement social crime prevention initiatives in identified precincts as per priority crime trends and patterns. In conclusion, Chairperson, the following are done as part of support rendered: allocation of annual transfer payment, ensuring establishment and functionality monitoring, capacity building. The province further appoints community safety patrollers under EPWP as part of Community in Blue initiative in the fight against crime. The program is bearing fruits despite the limited budgetary resources. The patrollers continue to enhance police efforts in ensuring visibility to fight crime, as well as the enforcement of COVID-19 regulations in communities. The province will continue to support the implementation of the National Crime Prevention Strategy through coordination of stakeholders in the fight against crime. Improvement is still required in the functionality of governance structures, including MINIMEC and others. And the province strives to engage and resuscitate relevant structures for easy coordination. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MSc Lehare. I'll now invite the Honorable Acting MEC AJ Marais from Western Cape.
Thank you and good afternoon, Honorable Nyambi, the Deputy Minister, MECs and honorable members. In my acting capacity as MEC for Community Safety, I present the following to you. The Western Cape Safety Plan. We are in the Western Cape in our 3rd year of the 10-year plan of our crime prevention strategy, and that is to halve the Western Cape murder rate over 10 years. Our integrated crime and violence prevention strategy is based on 6 pillars. First, an effective criminal justice system. Secondly, an early intervention. Thirdly, our victim support. Fourthly, effective and integrated service delivery for safety, security, and violence. Fifth, safety through environmental design. And sixth, our active public and community participation. And this strategy is underpinned by the following principles: equality in access, commitment to service, integrated planning, evidence-based planning, and implementation. And the Western Cape government follows a whole of society and a whole of government approach for our integrated crime and violence prevention strategy. And this whole of government approach is premised on a socio-ecological model when understanding the causes of crime and violence. It includes national and local government, but has no direct authority over them. The roles and responsibilities of key departments and role players are defined. We use high-level indicators, which is determined. We're currently establishing an M&E framework. Accountability and reporting is done through the Department of the Premier and the Cabinet. We've got a clear coordination and implementation structure, and our budget allocations is through the MTEC and the MTEF. Our key interventions, firstly, our law enforcement interventions, our law enforcement intervention program, our LEAD program. The Western Cape Government, in partnership with the City of Cape Town, trained and appointed 850 LEOs to 10 priority areas in the metro. The LOEs focusing on firearm recovery, drugs and alcohol, through searches and joint operations with SAPS. Currently undertaking assessment of our LEAD program. Then establishment of the area-based teams. We've put 11 in the metro, 5 in the districts in the Western Cape. We established a law enforcement technical team and the implementation of the Western Cape anti-gang strategy in the ABTs. Other key interventions, monitoring and oversight over SAPS by our Department of Community Safety and Ombudsman, our watching briefs. The Western Cape Liquor Authority, ensuring compliance with liquor regulations at licensed establishments. And other key interventions, supporting the establishment of a dog units. We've got one in Overstrand District and also recently launched one in Swartland Municipality. The Neighborhood Watch accreditation, support and deployment, trained and support local municipal peace officers, and providing financial support to district municipalities, safety interventions, and district safety plans. Our social cohesion interventions for creating safer communities, our chrysalis and youth safety ambassadors, recruitment and placement of youth safety ambassadors and youth at our chrysalis. Then our child protection services, including Eye on the Child and Isibindi programs with Department of Social Development. It's the implementation of child protection strategy by district officers and NPOs, including community-based detection of at-risk children and youth. And I rather would say youth with potential. Our after-school programs is with our Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, our neighborhood sport-based programs, our mod centers and after-school programs targeting our youth with potential, child and youth care centers with DSD, provision of institutional care for children and youth with behavioral changes, crime prevention programs, also with Department of Social Development. Support program aims to provide a range of specialized probation services to persons, children, youth, and adults in conflict with the law and their victims to reduce recidivism. And other key interventions are school-based and health system programs with our Department of Education and Health, detection of at-risk children and youth, first 1,000 days program supporting mothers and infants through first 1,000 days of life, parent education and training programs, services to families at risk, expansion of shelters for homeless, substance abuse programs, alcohol harms reduction, including amendments to Western Cape Liquor Act, implementation of the Western Cape GBV strategy. And before I mention our challenges, I want to thank the Deputy Minister for mentioning the anti-gangs unit successes in the Western Cape. We also welcome the report mentioned about allocation of resources to the Western Cape. And then Nyanga is not a crime capital anymore with the latest crime stats. So I'm very happy to say that. Then our challenges, the process in implementation is ongoing development. Methodologies and focus areas are adapted from time to time. Following an evidence-based approach is not always enough evidence to advise particular approach. Ensuring that there's proper coordination across departments and entities at different levels can be a challenge. It's a challenge to ensure that interventions are joined up and not standalone interventions. And we do have limited ability to influence the criminal justice role players. And our key challenge is how to measure impact and how to correlate impact with interventions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MSc AJ Marais from Western Cape. Thank you. Colleagues, as I've been reliably informed that SALGA representative is no longer available, without much ado, we'll move straight to session 4. Mama, Honorable Ngwenya, who's the House Chairperson for Member Support and International Relations, will take over the sessions that will be dealing with questions and take us up till to the logical conclusions of today's program. Honorable Mama, Honorable Ngwenya.
Thanks, Baba. Honorable members, I would like to greet you on this afternoon, starting with the chairperson of NSOP, Honorable Mr. H. Masondo, and the deputy of NSOP, Deputy Chair, Honorable S.E. Lucas, and Presiding Officer A.J. Nyambi, and our Chief Whip, Honorable Mohai, and the Deputy Minister of Policy, Mr. Matale, Honorable MECs, Honorable of Parliament of Special Delegation to the NSOP, SALGA representative, our Advocate Pindela, and all officials presented. Honored members, I wish to take this opportunity to welcome you all to session 4 of our ministry briefing on the program in addressing crime prevention and building a coordinating approach to crime prevention and control. I will be presiding and chairing this session, which is in the last session in terms of the program. Honorable members, this session 4 of our ministry briefing will allow members an opportunity to ask clarity questions based on the presentation and inputs of MECs, SALGA, and executive members. Members can also comment and propose solution. Honorable members, I would like to request you to switch on your video when asking questions, unless there is a poor connectivity where you are located. On the same breath, I would like to request the MECs and members of executive and SALGA representative to listen very carefully on the questions of the members, so that after questions, they can provide comprehensive response to question asked. Lastly, honorable members, the Chief Whip of the NSOP, Honorable Muhai, will give closing remarks on taking a decisive action to address crime and building a coordinated approach to crime prevention and control. The closing remarks of the Chief Whip will conclude the proceedings of our program on ministry briefing. As we discuss and participate in this session, let us remember words of the late former President Nelson Mandela when he said, I quote, "Safety and security don't just happen. They are the result of the collectively consensus and public investment," close quote. Honorable members, now I'll invite you to ask questions and to discuss I request the table staff to assist me to note hands. Can I note hands from members? Please, honorable members. Thank you. I see the hands of Honorable Ryder. You'll be number 1. Honorable D. Christian, you'll be number 2. Honorable Kosim Kiva, number 3. Honorable members, for now, I've got 3 hands, but I'll repeat again that the table must assist me in terms of other hands. For now, I've got only 3 hands. Honorable Ryder, you are number 1.
Thank you very much, House Chair, and thank you to the MECs for their various presentations. Firstly, before I actually start with my question, House Chair, I'd just like to send best wishes for a speedy recovery to the 4 officers who were injured yesterday during the fairly impressive police actions against heavily armed men in a CIT incident in Johannesburg. So best wishes to all of them and strength to their families. My question is aimed at the Gauteng MEC Mazibuko, thank you. And I just want to point out, look, the recent statistics have been raised several times today, and I want to talk about the impact of statistics on how crime is fought. And MEC Mazibuko, you mentioned this fact yourself in your presentation, but very quickly. And I think that you, like me, will have heard many complaints from the people of Gauteng that police and the CSCs consistently refuse to open cases, or they make it difficult for members of the public to open cases when they go to the police station. The reason for this is because opening cases affects the statistics of a station, and that then impacts the station's star grading. Stations want to be able to report green lines and not red ones. We've all sat through those presentations. So in order to keep their statistics down, they try not to record cases, and our people are therefore sent from pillar to post, or even sent to other stations to try and open a case. So it creates a false impression of crime in a policing precinct. This creates disillusionment amongst the public. It creates further animosity between the police and the people that they are supposed to protect and serve. And a number of people have mentioned today the relationship between the public and the police. In short, the management mechanism that we are using seems to be counterproductive and is in fact resulting in underreporting. So using the statistics as a stick to beat the stations with means that they are trying to not get those statistics. And the way they're doing that is not by solving crimes, but by preventing people from reporting those crimes. So reporting should be encouraged so that we can properly adapt to the shifts in crime patterns and we can effectively resource the right stations that are experiencing movements in crime. The star rating should rather be linked to things like arrests or to successful convictions rather than to the number of cases opened. Those are the real measurements of police effectiveness. MEC, from your presentation and what you said, I think that you agree with me. MEC, will you please commit to fighting for a change with whoever the minister is going to be going forward? On behalf of, thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Ryder. And Honorable Christian.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, my question goes to the MEC in the Northern Cape. Now, last year, at the end of last year, there were issues in the Kuruman Tsineng areas in the Northern Cape, where ammunition and firearms were stolen from a police station and arrests were later made. And a report was then given that this was due to understaffing at that police station where there were only 2 police officers. Later on in that same area, the Mutibisat Kuruman area, 2 police officers appeared in the regional court there in September last year in connection with armed robbery, attempted murder and kidnapping. Now, later on, there were reports of a syndicate operating in this area. My question to the MEC is, were further arrests made? How far are they into investigations into that syndicate in that area? And what is being done to alleviate the under-resourcing or the under-resourced staff in that police stations in that area? My second question is about the lack of police vehicles in the Northern Cape area. Now, this has been a long-standing issue in the Northern Cape. What is being done to resolve the lack of police vehicles in those areas, especially the rural areas in the Northern Cape? Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable H.R.H. Zolani Mkiva.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Thank you so much. Let me start off by appreciating the presentations by the fellow MECs from all the provinces of our republic. It is very good that the national feature works optimally with the provinces. And I think what comes out of this, which is very positive and progressive, is the fact that what flows from this presentation is the fact that policing is not an option, but a condition for our national security. Now, the question that I would like to pose is structured in this way, and I'm taking it to the national office, but it is linked to the provinces in one way or the other. The high-level panel report on the July unrest makes an observation that the Public Order Police Division of the SAPS has never reached its full staff complement and that the units are centralized. How will the department strengthen the public order policing through human resource and decentralize the public order policing units working with the provinces? So that is the question. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next member is Honorable Muletan.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session. My question goes to the MEC of Free State. MEC Bulwane, in Odindal's race, I got reports about the police station in the location that they usually close it at night and lock the gate literally so that the community cannot get an access. My understanding is that the police station must operate 24/7. Can you explain to the community of Ordinary Streets why that police station is it sometimes closing at night? Number 2, the renovation of the police station in town in Odendaalsstraat. It started before the renovation of Jan Hof Meyer in Velko. But the renovation in Jan Hof Meyer is almost about to be completed. While the Odendal police station in town, they've started first, but it's still far. They haven't even started. And when you look at that police station, it leaves much to be desired. The garden outside is a long, big grass there. I wonder how people, they feel safe when they have to enter that police station. The building itself, it's becoming dilapidated. Holding cells are no longer there, but police are still operating from that police station. That was supposed to be renovated, but the renovation stopped, never continued. Can you explain to the community of Odendaalsstraat and Machabeng why the renovation is not continuing? Thank you, Chairperson of the session.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next question is coming from Honorable Tim Portage.
Thank you, House Chair. And I join my colleagues in thanking all the MECs for their presentations. The question I have today is for the MEC from KZN, MEC Nkonyane. MEC, the question I want to raise is, you have muted plans to establish an external force, security force, to assist the SAPS. I'd like to know, how is that going to work? Will that force be accountable to the SAPS? Will they be able to give the SAPS orders? How would that force work in real terms on the ground? And how would they be funded? What will the cost be? And where will that cost come from? Thank you very much, House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next question is coming from Honorable SF Titoit.
MEC of the protest action that has been taking place in the hills area in all the 3 weeks due to lack of the delivery water steps against.
Honorable Member, I can't hear you. I don't know whether it's on my side or is on your side, but I can't hear you.
We can also hear.
Am I audible?
I think, Member, you must start again. Start at the beginning.
Am I audible, Chair?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for that. My question is directed to the Honorable Henry of the Northwest Province. I was referring to the constant protest action that's taking place on and off in the Makwasi Hills municipal area next to Makwasi as a result of people not getting water. Now, obviously, I do not support this protest action, but this is causing a problem for the economic flow in the area. And I want to know if the Honourable MEC has taken any steps to, with regards to the executive, to ensure that they are being held accountable for non-delivery of services in that area, since this problem is not solved. And we might see similar actions taking place in the Ketleng River area, because there has been without water for 2 weeks now. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honourable Members. MECs, I hope you have listening to the questions. I'll start with MEC from Gauteng, Honourable Faith Mazibuko. Gauteng, MEC. MEC Faith Mazibuko from Gauteng. Okay. Meanwhile, Asayo Kamanzi Then we'll come back to her. They must go and tell her that she must come and answer the question. The second question is from Northern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think that the member posed 2 questions to me regarding the firearms that were stolen or at one of the police stations in the far rural area in the Northern Cape, in JTG area. I think it was in Tsineng village, the former Bob government Northwest area. So those firearms, they were all found. Now the thing is, only of the 2 suspects, syndicates, only one suspect was found up to thus far. They are still in the looking for the second one. But there was an action taken that was taken. All those weapons or the guns, they were removed from that particular storage. So the access to the firearms for storage, they were removed. That was the first one. The second one was how to resolve the lack of police vehicles at the rural areas, because there's a great need there. Yes, because of the vastness of the province, of the area, the JTG. Now, at the JTG, we are distributing vehicles as and when they are all needed or according to the needs. That is the response I'm giving. Because of the vastness of the area, that side being the most rural area, being a remoted area, there's a great need for the vehicles, but they are distributed as and when needed. Up to so far, we are busy putting this measure into place. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Councillor. The next question is coming from Honorable H.R. H. Zolani Mkiva. Andivanga apa sana kuti question yako iyakubani. Honorable Mkiva.
Well, Chair, I think any of the MECs, any one of them, they can just take that question because it talks to the issue of public order policing as being decentralized.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yes, any MEC who have listening to this question and can answer?
It's MEC Shongwe, Honorable Chair.
Oh, again, I'm demand.
Yeah, Oma. Let me appreciate the question from the Honorable Member Mkiva. A very relevant question. It cuts across all provinces, particularly provinces that are made out of Amakosi, like my province. I've spoken about one, a particular program in my province, which I think it's a program that can also accommodate the other provinces that are also having Amakosi in their areas. That of traditional policing. That particular program can go a long way in making sure that they address the concern raised by Honorable Mkiva, which says there are a number of Amakosi that have been butchered in some provinces, which I think as a nation, particularly us, with our historical background versus Amakosi, that is the particular sector that we must protect with whatever state resources that is put in front of us, and make sure that those leadership are given a necessary dignity that they deserve, because Amakosi siphetwe yiwo sonke. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Demande. We'll continue with our questions. Meanwhile, I'm still waiting for the MEC Mazibugo from Gauteng on a question that have asked by Honorable Ryder. but we'll continue with our question that have been asked by Honorable Moletsane from the MEC of Free State.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the question that was asked by Honorable Moletsane. I think there were two questions that Moletsane, Honorable one, has asked. The first one, it was the police station that it closes in Kutwanong around 9 o'clock. Yes, it's true. That police station ceased to operate from 9 o'clock until 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning. And the reason, Honorable Chair, is the shortage of staff. There's no manpower in that area. We are just looking upon what the recruitment is going to give us and prioritize such areas. We accept that there is that weaknesses from that particular police station. The second one, Chair, same that it was about the renovations of the police station in town in Odendalsres, which there's no progress. We are reliably told that tomorrow the Public Works is attending a briefing in that particular area. So we'll only know tomorrow what has hold the Public Works and make sure that there's a great progress in ensuring that that police station is finalized. So it's what the Deputy Minister in the morning talked about the Public Works is beyond the police services itself. It's a Public Works matter. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, MEC. MEC from Gauteng, she's in now, but I would like Honorable Ryder to repeat the question because she didn't hear the question. Can you repeat the question, Honorable Ryder?
Yes, with pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, House Chair.
Okay, but thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you, MEC. So, MEC, you know, I just spoke about the recent statistics release, which has been raised several times today. And I wanted to talk more about the impact that the statistics have on the way that we fight crime. And you touched on this yourself in your address, but very fleetingly, and I wanted to drill down into it. And I think that you, like me, will have heard many complaints from the people of Gauteng that police in the CSCs consistently refuse to open cases, or they make it difficult for members of the public to open cases. And of course, the reason for this is because opening cases affects the statistics of a station, and therefore it affects their star grading. So stations want to report green lines and not red ones so that they can get an improved star rating. We both sat through those presentations, MEC. So in order to keep their stats down, they try not to record cases, and our people are sent from pillar to post or even to other stations to go and report crimes. And it creates a false impression of crime in a police precinct. It also creates disillusionment amongst the public, and it creates further animosity between the police and the people that they are supposed to protect and serve. In short, MEC, the management mechanism that we are using is counterproductive and is in fact resulting in underreporting of crime. Reporting should be encouraged so that we can properly adapt to the shifts in crime patterns and effectively resource stations where there is an increase in crime. The star rating should rather be linked to things like arrests or successful convictions than to cases that are opened. Those are the real measurements of police effectiveness. So MEC, from your presentation, I think that you agree with me to a fair extent, and I'm going to ask you, therefore, will you please commit to fighting for a change with whoever is the minister going forward on behalf of the people of Gauteng, please? Thank you for the opportunity again, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister, MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and let me appreciate the question from Honorable Member Ryder, and truly appreciate your input. But I must indicate, Honorable Chair, House Chair, is that as the department, it also becomes our responsibility to monitor that all these complaints that we receive against the police, we take it upon ourselves. And obviously, police know that even if a crime can happen in Sentin, let's say, for example, you are marked in Sentin and you live in El Dorado Park, you are allowed to go and report your case in El Dorado Park. And then what they will then do is then transfer the case back to a Sentin, because the detectives will have to work on that case because you are actually marked in Sentin. I was using that as an example. But on the issue of stations trying to gain momentum of being star rated, I don't believe that's the truth, honorable member, because stations in Gauteng, they work flat out. Of course, there are those, I'm trying to find a proper English word. I only think about it in Zulu. That when a person walks into a station, they first check, they ask, my apology if I am using isiZulu, honorable member. I said in English, it's a second language, I can think isiZulu. That when they walk into that station to come and open a case, I mean, there's been instances whereby even police were actually found sleeping. Of course, they are human, and there comes a time your body can't take it, actually become tired. But it is out of order for police not want to open cases all because they want to remain star rated. It's tantamount to laziness. And it is up to us. I always tell people, if the station commander is not there, ask for a relief commander if you're not being attended to by those officers that will have been at the CSC at that time. It can't be right that when a person comes to open a case, they are being sent from one pillar to the next. That's why also even with victims of gender-based violence, there is victim empowerment, victim-friendly rooms, so that then that person is able to be taken into that room, is helped to open that case, but most of all, be assisted, whether you need a rape case, I mean, a rape kit or any other thing. That's why even as a department, we have assisted the police to even have cars that will be able to transport a person to places where they can be able to get it, J88, what you call your intervising that exists in other, like at Para and other hospitals or the Tutuzela care centers. So police also do have, if you notice on the crime stats, those 17 community-related crimes that are as a result of police action. So there are committed police that still do their work. Crime, there are hotspots in Gauteng, the sector policing, but most of all, police that are actually working, they are committed, they are working. Those that are lazy, I hope Deputy Minister is listening, through their rough joints and through their management, they are actually able to be called to order and be able to do the work. I wish to call upon Gauteng residents. If you walk into a police station, you are told you can't open a case, hamba next door. It is your right to open that case. Whether I've lost a cell phone or I've lost my dog or my cat, open that case. So honorable remember, yes, there may be complaints, but it depends on the attitude also sometimes. There are those that are committed and there are those that they jiga. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Mazibuko. The next question have asked by Honorable British from MEC of KZN.
Thank you so much, Honorable House Chairperson. Indeed, let me start off by appreciating the question. We have decided to establish a unit, which we refer to as Community Crime Prevention Unit, with the main objective of intervening in crime situations that are facing our province. Indeed, the unit will be working with the South African Police Service and other law enforcement agencies, because our approach in KZN is to work together with all other law enforcement units. Maybe the honorable member have even seen the South African National Defence Force, even when we are conducting operations like your road traffic management operations and other operations that we are conducting. So it will be something similar to what is actually obtaining in the province of Gauteng. We do learn from one another as MECs. If we see a good practice in another province, we then introduce that practice to your province as and when it becomes necessary. Regarding the funding of that particular program, the MinCombat, which is presided over by the MEC for Finance, is still going to convene so that a discussion that will then happen at that level, whereby a budget that needs to be allocated to that particular program would be agreed upon. We, as I indicated earlier on, there has been an escalation of killing of Amakosi and Izinduna in our province. That is why we are trying to be innovative in our crime fighting programs in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Of course, we'll be working, the unit will also be working with the likes of your community policing fora and other crime fighting structures. I think there is a structure which really needs to be formally introduced, which is called KwaZulu-Natal Community Crime Policing Forum. It's something that is supposed to be similar to the Community Policing Forum, but at a very at a VD level, you know, at a local level. So the unit will be working with all those crime fighting structures in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The South African Police Service did indicate that they cannot actually provide static security for Amakosi and Izinduna. So we cannot just listen to Amakosi lamenting about their security without us doing something, doing anything as a government. We really need to intervene, but the details of this unit on how to establish and how to implement this policy position are still going to be discussed and agreed upon. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, MEC. The last question have asked by Honorable Dedoit. Honorable Konyen. Honorable Dedoit.
Honorable Chair, I'm covered. Thank you.
You
I'm
get
just
your
waiting
answers.
for the answer from Honorable Dihari.
Yes, I was wanting to hear that. Is it MEC still here?
Yes, Lahari from Northwest.
Thanks, Baba. Can you please take over?
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the question from Honorable Dwight about Makwasi Hill municipality in Dr. Kenneth Kaunda district. Well, it's not really about the water in Makwasi Hill, that protest. We went there as department, we went there as police, local government went there. The process there is about the issue of the council. There are those councillors who don't want municipal manager, those who want municipal manager, and there are those workers of SAM who said the first municipal manager who was appointed by default, I'm told, and there are those who are for that municipal manager. Now, that thing, it was stretched outside the municipality to community members. But then now they use it as a protest for service delivery. Now, the Premier has appointed a team of 3 MECs. MEC for community safety is myself, MEC for local government, COPTA, and MEC for finance. We met them last week. We are busy addressing the issues. Police are hands-on in Makwasi Hill. Station commander is aware, even the Provincial Commission. So there's a visibility of police there. That matter is receiving attention. We are aware that 3 team of councillors, we are not only focusing on Makwasi Hill, we are also upfront focusing on other municipalities. If in case the thing of service delivery, water or roads stretch to another municipalities, we are there to attend to it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, MEC. Honorable members and the MECs, I would like now to hand over to our Chief Whip, Muhai, because there's no follow-up question. Honorable Muhai.
Thank you, House Chair Mengwenya, as a Program Director. And also let me recognize the Chairperson of the Council, Honorable Masondo, and the Deputy Chair of the Council, Melukas, and the House Chair of Committees, Honorable Nyambe, Deputy Minister of Police, Honorable Castle Matale, all members of the Executive Councils, MECs that are responsible for community safety. And I must strike a note that all MECs have responded to this very important and much appreciated to the Deputy Minister and the MECs in dealing with this matter that is always highlighted as one of the key areas, even in our manifestos, that should be attended to, cultivate an environment of safety and security amongst our communities. Also recognize all honorable members and special delegates that have joined the session today, and SALGA representatives. Honorable members, allow me first of all to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Deputy Minister for availing himself to share with the National Council of Provinces the National Crime Prevention Strategy. Clearly, the presentation by the Deputy Minister has not only touched on National Crime Prevention Strategy, but also on how government is responding to the new emerging crime patterns in the country. As honorable members may be aware, the different crime patterns are not static, but constantly change to outmaneuver the state detection and response. When the state and society close one space, criminals retreat, regroup, and occupy new grounds, both in terms of operation and space. When you close their market in one area, they move to another area as a center of operation and adopt new mode of operation. It is against this background that we see the proliferation of illicit drug markets in small rural areas. Program Director, we welcome the broad outline of the revised National Crime Prevention Strategy with different pillars that are sector specific. The Minister shared quite elaborate areas of progress and challenges. So are MECs from respective provinces that have also shared in greater detail how the operations are taking place and areas that we are making progress. And of course, also they did not shy away on those areas that are still a challenge. We believe that the Constitution empowered the provincial legislatures to hold Provincial Commissioner of Police accountable. This presupposes two critical roles of provinces. Firstly, meaningful and active role of provinces in the review of National Crime Prevention Strategy. And two, to ensure that provinces adapt the implementation of the strategy to specific dynamics, as it has been emphasized by MECs. For instance, the question would be what resources and capabilities are deployed to the provinces that are bordering on neighboring countries to fight and combat cross-border crimes. Surely the Deputy Minister have mentioned this critical point as containing one of the pillars of the National Crime Prevention crime strategy. Chairperson, as the Honorable Chair of the NCOP pointed out earlier, this briefing takes place hardly few days after the Minister has released crime statistics. These statistics are a critical tool for effective oversight of the NCOP, and in doing so, sorry for that, these statistics are a critical tool for the NCOP in effective oversight. And in doing so, the NCOP Select Committee should grapple with the fundamental question: how is the SAP's strategic plan and deployment of resources and capability responding to the strategic goal of reducing these statistics? Chair, the Chair of the Council has also raised a critical question of the mobilization of the civil society and communities in our national effort to combat crime. So the Deputy Minister has also alluded that the Deputy Minister has alluded that there is a growing trend of lawlessness that is characterized by the violence and destruction of property of property associated with democratic protest that require urgent attention. I think this is an issue that we have to deal with. As we conclude, we really need to indicate that it is fitting that we salute the heroism, bravery, and professionalism of our men and women in blue, the South African police, who took the alleged armed criminal suspects toe-to-toe in Rosettenville in Gauteng province yesterday. As we do this, we must also wish those who sustained injuries, as the other honorable member indicated earlier, those who sustained injuries should speedily recover and reclaim their battle trenches in the fight against crime. Honorable Deputy Minister, there is no doubt that this incident of Rosettenville and other foil cash in transit heists and armed robberies manifest qualitative improvements in the coordination and capabilities of our intelligence services. And once more, we want to thank you, Deputy Minister, together with all MECs and as well as honorable members for really dealing with the probing questions that has been raised. And some of the outstanding areas we do believe, as we continue to conduct our oversight work, will be shared. Those areas that could not be immediately responded, that were raised in the House, more information, more approach, detailed approach will be shared with honorable members of the National Council of Provinces. So I thank you for really sharing much information today on the very critical area of our work. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable members. I declare this session closed. Bye.
Malibongwe.
Kamala Makosika.
Recording
stopped.
Bye, MEC. Bye, honorable members.
Yabonga mamgwenya.
Ngiyabonga Ntombi yakithi.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you, Mama Winnie. Oyo donkey, Miss Scotty. Bye.
Hulle is verhuis en gee vir hulle my groete.
Bye, Deputy Chair. Ons ontmoet weer.
Bye, Deputy Chair.
Bye.